Hi everyone, and welcome to my next video tutorial, which will be focused on creating a CRUD application in Django. Now, for those of you that are wondering what does CRUD stand for, it stands for Create, Read, Update, and Delete. So when you are getting started with web development and you want to go ahead and create an application, especially in the back end, typically one of the first things that you'll learn is how to go ahead and create a CRUD application. So let's get started. So as you can see here, I have a very simple looking app here. So what we can do is register or create our account. And once we've done that, we can log in. So let's create an account here. So we're going to create a simple account and I'm going to call this manager1, enter in a password, confirm that password, and then create the user account. Now, if a user already has an account, they can simply log in. So let's say create account. Okay, there we go. We also have a nice flash message here, and to do this we make use of Django messages, and we also add in a little bit of JavaScript just to time out that notification. And as you can see here, we also have icons here. So you saw earlier the check mark, and here by login we have a key icon. So we're also going to make use of fun awesome icons to make our application look a bit nicer. So we can go ahead now and log in with that account that we created. Okay. Great, and then we redirect it to the dashboard. So we have our dashboard here and we can sign out or log out. Now we can see here we have a nice message saying hi manager1. So it's going to say hi to whichever user is logged in. A nice emoji here with a wave. We can create a new record, and each record that we create will appear in this table here. And let's go ahead and test this out. So create a new record. I'm just going to say John Smith@mail.com. Add in a phone number, so let me scroll down. So let's just add in some data. Okay, I'm going to say 42 Street, Alpine Drive, let's say Cape Town, Western Cape. So of course you can change this to your own fields as you'd like. This is just a demonstration. We can either return back to the dashboard, or we can go ahead and proceed with creating the record. There we go. So a nice flash message again saying you just added a new record. And here we can see it according to the ID, the name, email, phone, all the various attributes you would expect from your model in Django. And if you want to read a bit more and have a bit more insight, we can just click here on this nice icon here to view it. So we can view this particular record. We can see the ID, email, a little bit more information. We can either return back to the dashboard, or we can update the record. So here I'm just going to switch this to Marcus. So let's say we got the first name wrong. Scroll down, update the record, or return back. Update, there we go. We can see we've updated that record accordingly. And the dashboard is going to house all of the records that we want to manage. Now let's say we wanted to delete that record, we can go back to view, and here we have a nice icon here and a button for deleting that particular record. So it's going to delete this record. And there we go, all done. What we can also do then is go ahead and sign out, and as you can see, for each action that we are undertaking, we have a nice flash message. All right, so that's it in terms of the demonstration. So let's move on with the rest of the tutorial and let's get stuck in. Hi everyone. So before we get started with the CRUD application, I just have a few announcements to make here, very short. So we now have channel memberships on the channel, so you're more than welcome to join. So if you want to show extra support, you're more than welcome to join. I will also add in an additional perk here. So if you do join, you will be eligible for a 30% discount on my premium Udemy courses. So each month I'm going to host a 30% discount on one of my courses each month. So for one course every month, I'm going to host a 30% discount. So this is one of the perks that you'll get if you join the channel. So you're more than welcome to go ahead and join and see for yourself and see if it's of interest to you. Another thing I want to mention really quick is that I also have another YouTube channel called Coding with Arno here. So here the channel will be focused on web development and programming. So here I'm going to have general topics here on web development, etc., such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Git, JSON, anything that pertains to web development you'll see here. So if that's of interest to you, you're more than welcome to subscribe for free here if that is something that you'd be interested in. Anyway, thank you guys for the support as always, and let's get started with creating our CRUD application in Django. Hi everyone. So let's get started with our CRUD application. All right, so what I'm going to do is just set up our Django project first of all. Now there's many ways you can do this, so for those of you that are a bit more experienced, feel free to go ahead and set it up in your own preferred manner. So what I'm going to do is just right click on my desktop, and I'm going to create a folder here and I'm just going to call it dev. So something very simple. I always like to group my Django projects in a folder here. So there's my folder in place. Now I'm going to open up my CMD. So I'm just going to search for it, and I'm going to type CMD like so, and that would open up my command prompt. So I can click and open that. Now, if you are on Mac OS, this will pretty much just be your terminal. So you can just go ahead and search for your terminal on your Mac. All right, so let's go ahead and type CLS. So let's clear this up. Okay, and what I want to do now is head over to my dev directory here. So I'm going to say cd, and we need to go to the desktop, and then we can say /dev. So we're going into this directory right here. Clear that up. So I always like to type in CLS just to clear everything from clutter. All right, so the first thing that we want to do is we want to install a package, and that package is virtual env. Now the virtual env package from PyPI, okay, is going to allow us to create virtual environments. Now this will be one of the few cases where it will be acceptable to go ahead and install a package globally on your local machine. Now usually for good practice, you don't want to install any packages globally on your system. There may be one or two exceptions like here where it's okay, but generally speaking, you should always install your packages and dependencies within a virtual environment. So what we can say is pip install virtual env. So we can install that package, and this will grant us the ability to create virtual environments in Django. Okay, as you can see, I already have it installed. If you already have it, perfect. If you don't, you should have it now installed on your system globally. Perfect. So we're still in the dev folder, as you can see here. So what we want to do now is we want to go ahead and create a virtual environment. So now that we've installed the virtual env package, we can go ahead and create a virtual environment with the following command. We can say virtual env, that's the command, and now you need to specify a custom name for your virtual environment. You can call it env, you can call it my venv, you can call it anything you want here. So I'm going to call it venv, that's what I always call mine. So virtual environment, and you can press enter, and that command here is going to create a virtual environment with the name, in my case, of venv. Okay, so that's the name of your virtual environment. So it does sometimes take a moment. Sometimes it takes a minute or two, other times it takes a few seconds, and there we go, all set and ready to go. Perfect. So we have created a virtual environment. Perfect. All right, so we've got that all set and ready to go. The next thing that we want to do is we want to activate our virtual environment. Now to activate it, you need to reference it according to the name that you gave it. So I called it venv. So I'm going to say venv, and then you're going to want to say /scripts /activate. And that will activate your virtual environment. And you can see here in parentheses on the left here, there's kind of an indentation here with our virtual environment active. So if you see it here on the left next to your C drive here in parentheses here, you can see that it is activated. So no matter what happens now, it will be in place. Now, if you wanted to deactivate this, you can just say venv, and then you can say /scripts /activate. All right, now that is the command for deactivating your virtual environment in the command prompt. Now, if you aren't in the command prompt, okay, in your Visual Studio Code, you will just say deactivate, but more on that soon enough. Okay, so let's go ahead and activate it again. So we're in our virtual environment now. So whenever you install a package, make sure you see this here. Don't install packages globally. So now we want to say pip install Django. So make sure you install Django and that you install it while you're in your virtual environment, while it is active. If it's not active, that means you're going to accidentally install it globally, which you don't want to do. So we can see now that Django is being installed. Now Django comes with a bunch of other packages along with it, such as tzdata, SQL parts. So these are sub packages, you could say, that come in with Django, which is the main package, of course. So we can just wait for that to install. So let's just wait for that. All right, perfect. So we can see everything was installed, and let's clear this up. All right, so the next thing that I'm going to do is we want to type in pip list. Now this is very useful, a very useful command to see all of the packages within our virtual environment. So we can see we have Django, Github, setup tools, SQL parse, tzdata, wheel, and we have pip. Now pip was of course already installed when we went ahead and created our virtual environment, but we can see we have all the other packages. Now all the other packages here, Github, SQL parse, tzdata, wheel, setup tools. So a lot of these packages came along with Django. As you can see, it was combined together. So a very useful command, type in pip list, very useful to run this command globally and within your virtual environment to just double check if you install the correct packages, you could say, in a virtual environment. Anyway, let's clear this up. And now what we want to do is create our Django project. So we can type Django-admin, start project, and then we want to give our project a name. I'm just going to call it CRM. So you can call it any name that you want. So let's just go ahead and run that command. Great, so we can see that our project was created. Perfect. Now to validate this, we can always head over to Visual Studio Code to check out the directory structure. So what we can do now is close this command prompt for now. And I want you to open up Visual Studio Code. So you should go ahead and make use of your own text editor or IDE per se. So I'm using Visual Studio Code. So I will include a link in the description below where you can go ahead and download it. It's very simple to set up and download. And what you want to do, if it hasn't automatically opened up the files for you here, you can go ahead and click on File, and you can say Open Folder, and go to your desktop, choose your dev directory here, and within that you should see your virtual environment here, and also your Django project called CRM, which is also going to list your settings.py file, your whatelse.py file, wsgi.py, and your manage.py file for running and issuing commands on Django itself. So make sure you've got this all in place and set and ready to go. Now we're not going to use the CMD to issue commands anymore. What we're instead going to do is we're going to go ahead and click here on toggle panel here, and this is going to open up a panel right here in the bottom with the Visual Studio Code terminal here on the left. And we can just click on the arrow here to remove the debug console, just shift that to the left, and we can see it's already in our virtual environment automatically. We can type in CLS here to clear this up, and we can see we've got automatically our virtual environment active, as you can see. Now, what we want to do next is we want to ensure that the Python interpreter is set up according to this virtual environment. Now, usually it is by default, but in some cases you need to explicitly set it. Now, this might seem a bit strange because sometimes it's not covered that often, but what you want to do is you want to configure it. Now, to do that, you want to head over to your directory here, dev. You want to click in your virtual environment folder, and you want to copy this path here to your virtual environment. So you can copy that, so you can say Control-C. Then you want to head over to Visual Studio Code, and you want to type in Control, Shift, and P. So Control, Shift, P. You want to select the interpreter, and you want to say Enter Interpreter Path. Now, it may already be configured for you automatically, but in the event it is not, you want to click on Enter Interpreter Path, and then you want to enter the path to interpreter. Then you want to paste in this route, this address here that you had for your virtual environment. Paste that in and press enter. Now, the point of this is to ensure that no matter what type of packages we install, okay, in our application, that we don't get the pylance resolved error. So usually with the pylance resolved error, it's kind of a Visual Studio Code sort of a bug or a glitch, you could say, that sometimes happens. You just need to ensure that you route your Python interpreter correctly to your virtual environment where that package is. So sometimes this happens, it only happens with a few packages. I think I've only seen about 3 or 4 packages that have this pylance resolved error. It's just something important to note later on so you don't have this issue. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, so we can now see that we are in our virtual environment. We're in the dev directory here, but we want to head over to CRM so we can run our Python manage.py file so we can actually get our server running. So to do that, we need to head into CRM, and we can do that by changing the directory. So we can say cd and CRM, that's the name CRM here. And now we are on CRM. Now, if we just open this up, we can see we have manage.py, and we can run that now because we are in the correct directory. So we can say Python manage.py run server. So you want to run your server. All right, let's just give it a moment, and there we go. Our server is running. We do have migrations to make, but don't worry, but we'll get to that. And we can open up our application at the following URL. So I already have it put in here. So all you can do is just go ahead and copy that and add it to your URL in Google Chrome or whichever web browser you're using, and just press enter. And there we go. We can see our Django project is now installed and set and ready to go. So well done if you got to this point. It's great to see. All right. So now that we've got our project up and running, the next thing we want to do is we want to create a Django app, and then we want to make our migrations, create a super user. and basically just get up to scratch with the basics of Django before we venture into the CRUD application part. So what we can do now is head over to our terminal here, and we can press Control-C to stop our terminal. That's the command you can use, so Control-C. We can also type CLS to clear this up. Nope, there we go. All right, so what we want to do now is we want to go ahead and create a Django app. Now, before we do that, I just want to mention the first time you run your Django application, it's going to generate a SQLite database file here. So by default, Django uses SQLite. Now, this is perfect for local development and testing, perfectly fine. However, if you are moving to a more production-based environment, I'd recommend you use something like Postgres or MySQL. I'd recommend Postgres because it's much easier and it's got a lot of better functionalities, in my opinion, than in comparison to MySQL, but the choice is yours. Anyway, so we want to create a Django app. So now we can just say Django-admin start app. And give your app a name here. So I'm going to say web app. So that's going to be the name of my app here. So you can give it any name that you want. There we go. So we can now see in our project directory here, we have web app. So this is our app folder here where we're going to set all of our URLs. We're going to create our models. We're going to create our templates, make our migrations, etc., all pertaining to this app. Now, in order to actually use this app, we need to configure it in our settings.py file. So you want to head over to CRM here, and you want to head over to your settings.py file. You can remove these comments here. They sometimes, make it a bit difficult to read. So you want to scroll down to installed apps here, and you just want to add in the name of the app that you created. So whichever name you assigned here and that you can see here, you just want to add to installed apps. So you want to add this in. So I'm going to call it web app, and be sure to remember the comma. That's something I always forget to add in. So make sure you add that in. Of course, just make sure that you've cleared this up by typing CLS, and then you want to just run Python manage.py run server. Now the reason that we're doing this is just to make sure we don't have any configuration error in terms of our app. So we can see it's running fine. So let's refresh and we're good to go. Great. It's always good to do some testing and debugging just to make sure everything is working fine. Let's clear that up. All right, so just make sure you stop your server. All right, now the next thing that we want to do is we want to run our migrations. So to do that, you just want to say Python manage.py migrate. So go ahead and do that. So we're going to migrate all of the default apps that come with Django. So we can see we have admin, alls, content type, sessions, messages, and static files. You can also see them here. So essentially what's happening is it's migrating all of the default database files of these installed apps here. And you can see they all here particularly. So all of the default DB files are being migrated. So these are all setting into place. And the next thing we can do now is create a super user so we can access Django admin. So what you can do now is just go ahead and say Python manage.py create super user. And you want to then go ahead and give your super user a name. So it may automatically come up with a pre-configured one for you, depending on your system, on your user. So I'm just going to keep it at Arno. So my name, that's the username, that's fine as the admin. Email you can add in if you want. I don't really like to add in the email. Then you can add in a password. This is mandatory, so you have to enter it in twice. So go ahead and enter in that password. Great. And now let's just run Python manage.py run server. All right, everything's set and ready to go. So now we'll be able to actually access the admin page of Django. So what you can do is you can head over to URLs and you can just remove this comment here. And the URL that we're going to access here is based on the path here of admin. So this is the route name that we're going to take in. So we're going to head over to the admin page. So we can just type that in the URL bar at the top. Right, so we can head over to the admin page by typing in the route name. So it's /admin. Head on there, and now we need to enter in our super user credentials, so the credentials we just created earlier on, and you want to enter in your username along with the password that you associated with that super user, and you can log in. Now what you can do is scroll down, and here you can see we have our basic installed app set up according to groups and users. And if we scroll down here, we'll be able to see the users here. Now, don't mind this Django administration section here looking warped up. So with Django 4.2, I have noticed there is a bug in terms of toggling the theme to change the colors. So don't worry too much about this, okay? Now we can go ahead and log out and we can head on back to the default homepage here that we have, which is Django. Perfect. All right, so we've got that all set and ready to go. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to actually go ahead and set up our urls.py file and our views in our app. And our app is web app. Okay. So what you want to do is open up web app and make sure that you have your views.py file and your models.py file. Now by default, this will be here, but just to make sure you have it, just double check. But one thing we are missing is our urls.py file. So let's say we have very specific URLs for our application. This may be, for example, let's head on to our application. Let's say we have one for /register, and we have one for my login, and we have one for, let's say, dashboard. Okay, so these are some URLs that we want to configure for our application, and the best way to configure them is to configure them in our app called My Web App. And here we also want to set up our models, our views, our templates, and we want to add this all to this app that we have here. Now, by default, we can only set up URLs in our Django CRM project here. So if we click on the urls.py file within CRM here, we can see we have our URLs patterns here, and this is where all the URLs are being served for our website. Now, we don't want this to go ahead and run for our application. We don't mind keeping the admin URL here for our main urls.py file in CRM, that's fine. But for our application, like I mentioned, the register URL, the login, dashboard, etc., we want this to come from web app itself. So to do this, we need to create our own urls.py file in web app. So what we can do is in web app here, you can right click on it, on your app, say new file, and I'm going to call it urls.py. Okay, so here's our urls.py file. Now, the next thing we would need to do is just borrow some of the functionality from our main project's URL, which houses the admin URL. So we can go to CRM, open up URLs here to the side, and we can see we have the urls.py file from CRM, which is our main project here. And we also have a blank one here from web app here. So what we want to do essentially is we want to configure and connect all the URLs here from urls.py. Okay, we want to create them here, and we want it to be connected and configured to our main project URLs. Now, manually, you can add them all here, but it's better to include them all from this file here when you create your own. So we can go ahead and set it up accordingly. So the first thing you want to do is you want to go ahead and just add in a comma and say include. So we need to make use of the include function. Now, before we carry on, it's best to turn off your server for the moment. So press Ctrl+C because it's going to show errors until we configure it correctly. Next, you want to enter in a pass. So it's best to say pass and leave it as an empty quotes here. You can, of course, put in a route name, but it's best to keep it empty. Then add in a comma, and you want to say include. And in quotes here, you want to include all of the URLs that you plan on specifying from this file in urls.py from web app. So to call this urls.py file, you need to first reference your app. So my app is called web app. So you're going to say web app dot, and then you want to configure your urls.py file. So you can just say .urls. That's how you would reference it. Just remember, whenever you create a URL here, just to ensure you add a comma at the end there. So this is how you would configure it. The next thing we're going to need to do is we're going to have to use some markup here. So whenever we create a URL, we need to use the pass function, and we always need a URL patterns list, as we can see here. So we can borrow some functionality here. So we can copy this. So from django.urls import pass, and in your urls.py file here, you want to paste that in like so. Remove the comma, and you want to also copy this markup here, URL patterns, and add that in there. And you just want to close it like so. Okay, so we can clear this up, and if we run it now, we shouldn't have a problem. So let's just go ahead and run that. There we go. Okay, perfect. Now you'll notice if we don't have this URL patterns in place, if we delete that, okay, and we reload, you can see here it's not configured because it doesn't see the URLs patterns. So this is something necessary that we need whenever we want to set up a urls.py file. Now the pass function here is going to help us to create a URL. Now this can be a register URL, my login, any place you want to be redirected to, any web page. Now we're going to keep it very simple here. So I'm going to keep it simple. So as you can see here, we have our Django page here. So this is essentially our home page. So when you see localhost here, so 127.0.0.0.1 at :8000 here, this is essentially going to be our home page, so our web page, the main page that users see the first time they go to our website. Now, just to prove that we've created our own URL here, okay, and set it up, what we want to do is just change this up. So what you can do here is you can just say pass, and within your parentheses, you're going to take in 3 parameters or arguments per se. So first, I'm going to leave it as an empty string since this is our home page. Then you need to add in your view. So you can see here we're missing the view. So to do that, you need to open up your views.py file from your app here. So let's close the main URLs here. This is configured. You can open views.py and you want to create a view here. So you can keep it very simple. So we can just return a simple HTTP response. So let's go ahead and do that. Right. So we can remove this here and we can just say from Django.http. import HTTP response. Okay, so you want to go ahead and set that up. Next, you want to create a view here. So we can just say def, and we can call this, create a function here called home, pass in our request. And you just want to go ahead and say return HTTP response, and within parentheses here, you can just say hello world. So we just want to have something very simple here for now. Now, the request object here, you don't actually need to keep here. So usually we need this if we want to say render, but for good practices, just keep that in. It's not a problem if you don't use it for now. And the function that we created here is home. Okay, so this is going to be for a home page, you could say, and it just has a basic HTTP response that says hello world. So home is what we need here, and we need to import our views file here in urls.py so we can actually call views here. So to do that, you can just say from .import views. So that means we are looking in our directory here. So the same directory here, we want to import views. Then what we can do is we can just say views.home, and that's going to pick it up. There we go. So it's picked it up. And a extra argument that I add in here is a name argument here. And this is very useful if you want to go ahead and connect your URL path in your href attributes in HTML. So it's best to always add this in. And I always keep it the same as the route name here. So in the first argument here, I always keep it the same as the route name just for consistency. Now, anyway, we have this configured here. Just make sure you add in a comma at the end there. So whenever you create a URL here, make sure you add in a comma at the end. Now, what you can do now is refresh your page. And there we go. We have a simple hello world piece of content here on our home page. So you can see that Django markup has now disappeared. All right, so we can now see that we've configured our basic URLs and our views all in place here. Okay, now like I said, this request object here, we only need this if we want to use render. Okay, we don't need to add this now, but like I said, just to get into the habit of it, just keep it there for now. It's okay if it's unused for the moment. Okay, so we've got that all set and ready to go. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we just want to set up our urls.py file and, our static files, excuse me. So we've set up our urls.py and our views file accordingly. Now we want to set up our static files. Now, let's say you want to use CSS and JavaScript. You need to set up your static files. So what we want to do in our project here, you can click on your project and you can right click, or you can go ahead and click on the folder icon, either way. So let's right click, say new folder, and within CRM, you want to type in static. So this is the folder for our static files. And then you want to go ahead and create 2 more subdirectories or folders. So you can right click and say new folder, and I'm going to call this CSS, and right click on static now, say new folder and say JS. So make sure that you have your static folder, and within static you have CSS and JS under it. Make sure JS isn't within CSS or CSS isn't within JS. Very important. And I know this is going to be a lot of code at the end of this video tutorial, so I will include a GitHub link to the source code, so you can go ahead and verify that if throughout the tutorial you get lost or struggle. Right, so make sure you created those 2 subdirectories. Perfect. Now we need to link up our static files. So what you're going to want to do is head over to your settings.py file here. So you can click on CRM, head over to settings.py, and you can scroll down to the bottom right here. And I'm gonna just add some space here. And oh, actually static's here, so that's fine. We can keep it here actually, just to be clear. So we have our static URL. Now what we want to do is go ahead and connect it and tell Django where will our static files be served from. So we know our static folder is in the base directory here. So we can just reference that by saying static files dirs. So you have our static URL, which is fine. Now we need to say static files underscore dirs, and we'll say equal. And if you're using Django 4.0 and up, you can just say base dir, so base directory, space / space, and here you want to reference the folder for your static files, and we can see here it's static, so you can type in static like so. All right, so let's just say Control-C here and rerun our server to make sure we don't have any issues in that light. There we go, let's refresh. Okay, we're still good. Great. So it's always good to run your server like I mentioned before, just to make sure we don't have any errors or whatnot. Okay, so very important, make sure you configured your static files here. Okay, so we've got that all set and ready to go. All right, so now that we've configured and set up our static files, we want to go ahead and set up our templates directory. Now, for those of you with experience with Django, you'll know that you can either set your templates in one of two ways. You can either head over to settings.py, and let me remove this. We can scroll up and you can see right here by templates. In templates dirs here, you can go ahead and set up your directory. Now, this is one way of doing it. I don't really like this way. The way I prefer to do it is set up app level templates. These are known as project level templates. So you can choose which way you want to do it. I prefer app level templates. So what you can do is head over to your app. So mine is called web app here. You want to right click on it and you want to create a folder within web app called templates. So this is where your templates will be served. Now Django by default automatically knows that whenever you create, for example, a HTML file in templates here, it will be very easy to render in your views. But to ensure we don't have namespace issues or any errors like that, it's recommended to create a subfolder that is set to your app name. So if this app name was called web1, we would go ahead and right click and say new folder and call this subdirectory web1. Now the directory here is called web app, or our app is called web app. So here you want to create a template called web app. And this is going to house all of your templates in here. So you have templates, and then you have another folder called web app, which needs to always be the same as your app name here up top to ensure, like I said, any namespace issues. Then you want to right click in web app here, say new file, and within web app here, you want to go ahead and add in a template, for example. So you can say index.html, for example. And that's perfectly fine. So you can add in index.html within your web app folder here. And just to keep it simple, so you know, I'm just going to say h1 hello world here. And that's our template here set. Then we can head over to our views here. And instead of saying return HTTP response, we can comment this out for the moment. We can now say return render, and we're using the render function to render out this index.html template. Now look very carefully what we do. We need to now pass in the request object that we passed in here for our home here. And then in quotes here, you don't need to look at templates because by default, Django knows to look in templates here. If you create a templates folder in a Django app, it knows what templates is. Instead, you need to reference web app here in quotes, /, and then you want to reference the actual template you want to render, so index.html. Now remember to add in the .html parts of that extension, and that's all you need. So now we can rerun your server here, we can see it's running, and refresh your page. It now says hello world. So now we're rendering templates. We're not returning a HTTP response. We are instead rendering a HTML template. So just remember that by default, Django will recognize the templates folder. So if you just added index.html to templates, it will just say index.html. But like I said, to ensure we don't have namespace issues, it's better to add in a subfolder under templates just to ensure that you're nice and safe, so you don't have any sort of issues or whatnot. Okay, very important to set that up. So we've got now our templates directory in place, and all of that is nice as we can see. All right. Right. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to start to set up all of our basic templates for our application. So essentially, we just want to create the blueprints. We will go ahead and customize each one of them as we move step by step throughout this video tutorial. So what we want to do now is we want to create a base.html file. So essentially, the purpose of this base.html file is to extend it onto our other HTML template. So we don't want to have to constantly reuse code each time. Okay, this can be quite troublesome. So intentionally, we want to go ahead and inherit, you could say some general markup. So I'll show you what I mean. So we can just remove this comment for now for the home page. And the good thing about this base.html file is we don't need to set a URL for it. We don't need to create a view or anything like that. So in our directory here, so web app under templates, we can right click, say new file, and I'm going to say base.html. Okay, so go ahead and create that. I'm just going to click on Explorer here. Now this is going to remove this directory structure, so we have some more space to work with in our base.html. Okay, so this is going to be the file that we want to extend, you could say, or inherit, or to be inherited across all of the HTML pages for all of our templates. So the first thing we want to extend will be based on our static option. So we want to, at the top here, say within curly braces, we want to say load static and close that up, because we want to go ahead and extend our CSS files in due course. So make sure you say load static at the top. Then what we want to do is just create some basic HTML markup. So you want to add in doc type. So usually, yeah, it seems, yeah, you can say doc type HTML. Okay, sometimes Visual Studio Code doesn't recognize it, which is fine. So we want to then say HTML. So this is just basic markup that we need. So this will be our basic HTML file. And what we need to do is enter in a head tag here. And within our head tag, we want to add in all of the basic peripherals. So the first thing would be the metadata. So we're going to say meta char set, and we want to set that to UTF-8. So we want to use UTF-8 characters. So don't worry too much about this or look into it too much. This is just basic markup for our HTML template. Then the next thing we can do is just set a title, and I'm just going to say project X here. So you can give any title you want. So essentially the title here is what you usually see right here in the top left. Now we won't see this now because we haven't extended this template yet, but that's where that title is going to be put in. So that's the name of the tabs that you see on websites. That's what you see here. Okay, next thing that we want to do is we want to go ahead and add in a theme. So we want to add in a Bootstrap theme here. Now a useful tool is to make use of the Bootstrap themes on Bootswatch.com. So Bootswatch offers free themes for Bootstrap. I will be sure to include a link in the description below. So if you're wondering of all the links that I use in this video tutorial, just go ahead and check out the description below, where I'll include all the links that I use accordingly. So you want to head over to bootswatch.com, and we want to add in a theme here. So we don't want to manually use too much CSS because that can be troublesome. The focus is on Django. Now we will do other things as well, but I want to kind of limit that as much as I can. So you can see here a lot of themes here. A lot of them look pretty nice here. So you can choose what you want to use. The choice is yours as to how you want to proceed. So you can see there's a lot of nice ones such as Slate, Simplex, Pulse, Quartz, Sandstone, etc. There's a lot of different types that you can use. Now the one I'm going to use is Flatly. So it's for flat and modern looks. Now, of course, each one of them has their own unique logo, so you can choose one. And what you want to do is click here on the drop down, and you want to look at bootstrap.min.css. Make sure you don't left click on it, right click on this and open the link in a new tab here. And here you're going to see that raw CSS all in place here. So it's going to fix everything nicely for us. And this is what we want. Now to link this up, we need to add in a link here based on CSS. So here in our base.html within our head tags here, you just want to go ahead and add in the following, and that's going to be link rel, and you want to add in style sheet. Okay, and then you want to add in a type. Actually, you want to add in the type, which will be text /CSS, since it is CSS. and you want to add a href attribute, and this is just literally going to be the link. So you can copy this link right here for the theme that you decide to use, paste that in. Just be sure then to close your link accordingly here, and this is going to input that Bootswatch theme accordingly. Now the next thing that we want to do here while we add it is we want to go ahead and add in our CSS files. We want to connect it. So in Explorer, what we can do is under static and CSS, we can see we don't have a CSS file, so we can create one. So we're not going to use CSS that much because the Bootswatch theme here will take care of most of the functionality that we need, but sometimes we need a bit of an adjustment. So you can right click on CSS, say new file, and I'm going to call this styles.css, very simple. And I'm just going to, as a test, just say h1 and open a selector here and say color red, just for now. So you can add in whatever you want here. This is just to test if it's connected. Head over to base, and here in your base here, you just want to go ahead and add in link. And let's close this Explorer so you can see. And we're going to say rel, and you can add in style sheet here, and type again will be text/CSS. And under your href, this is where it's important. So we are loading static in here. So we're already going to configure static here. So in curly braces, you want to add in your percentage symbol static. And here within quotes, you can just leave that blank and add in your percentage symbol at the end. You now want to link your directory to that static file. So we're in static here, we're in CSS, and it's known as styles.css. So we have static here, we're pointing to static. So href is a link attribute, if you're wondering, in HTML, which you can use to add in links. So we want to link to the styles.css file. So we're already saying to Django, look, okay, look in the static folder. Then I want you to look in CSS. So in quotes, we need to say look into CSS / and grab styles.css, that file. Then you can say styles.css and just add that in so that you're linked to that particular structure. So in the CSS file, styles.css, and static is the main directory at the top, which is here. So static, CSS, styles.css. So it's kind of a directory from top to bottom approach if you want to better make sense of that. Okay. So we can close that and just close up our link here. So we're now loading the Bootstrap theme here, or the Bootswatch theme like I prefer to call it, along with our CSS styling here. Okay, now the important thing to keep in mind is the order is important. So this Bootswatch theme must be at the top and the CSS must be at the bottom. Don't switch them around, you're going to have problems. So make sure you have this at the top and this at the bottom right here. Okay. So that is our header tag for now. Okay, we can move this terminal here just to create more space. Yeah, that's fine. So we have that down there. Now what we can do is carry on with the markup here. So the next thing that we can do is we can set up our body tag for now. So we're still in HTML, so now we can add in a body tag. So let's do that. So I'm going to say body, and this is where the main logic will be in place. Now we are going to plan to add in a navigation bar. So just for the moment, let's just add in a comment that says enter create nav bar here. Okay, so we can create that later. We don't need to do it for now. So just a comment to remind us. Now what we can do next is just go ahead and create a simple container, which we're going to use soon enough. So we're going to create a container here. I'm going to say div class, and I'm going to say container, and we can leave that as so. And we're going to add in a breakpoint, and I'm going to add another comment. Now the reason I'm adding these comments here is just to add in a placeholder so that we know what pieces of functionality are going to be put into place, because remember, this is going to be replicated on all of our templates. So let's just add in another comment here. And I'm going to say here, let's say I want to have notification messages. Sorry guys, notification messages, that will be here. So that's nicely in place. Perfect. So we've got that now in place and ready to go. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to add in the block content. Now, this is very important. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to ensure that within your div here, your container, that you add in a area for your content. So here you want to add in block content within curly braces. And then here at the bottom, you want to add in end block. Okay, so essentially what's going to happen, every template that we create, any index.html file that we create is going to inherit everything up here. So everything up here, such as the CSS that we're using, the Bootswatch theme, the title, the HTML logic here, and everything below here that we can add, okay, is going to automatically be on every single page, including the navbar, which we'll create later on, and the notification message logic, which we'll add later on. Now, the blog content here is going to be the space where we are going to essentially add in the unique logic for our template. So anything unique to that template, such as the registration page, we may have a, you could say a particular button or icon that will only be on the registration page. We don't want it on this page here because this is generic. This is generically going to be sent out to all of our HTML pages. Block content just gives us a space which we can use where we can add in the extra content for those unique pages. Now, don't worry, this will make sense as we work on it. I will refer to it. Okay, now what we can do then is outside this div at the bottom here, we need to add in and link our JavaScript page as well. So we need to create a JavaScript file. So what we can do here under Explorer, we can see that we have a JS folder here, and you can right click on JS, say new file, and I'm going to call it app.js, like so, and we can keep that as is. So app.js is the name. We can close these files here, and we just want to provide a path to that. So what you can do essentially is just say script source equals, and here in quotes, you just want to use a similar markup to CSS here. So you can copy this here for CSS. So we want to link and tell Django, hey, this is where my app.js file is, where it's located in the static folder within the JS subfolder, and I want to use the app.js file. And you want to add this within source like so, and just replace CSS with JS like so. And what you're going to do is remove this here, of course, because remember, we're looking in the static folder. Yep. JS, yep, app.js. And what you want to do is just leave it like so and leave it like script. You can leave it like that, that's perfectly fine. So make sure you've got that in place. Very important to just set that in to place and get that organized as such. All right, so you want to add in that script. So what we can do is just refresh our application, make sure everything's running still. So we've got that all set and ready to go. Now, the last thing that we need to do is, since we are using Bootswatch, which is essentially a Bootstrap theme, we would like to go ahead and add in the generic JavaScript that is required for Bootstrap. So that's something that we need to add in from Bootstrap's website. So that's the next thing we need to do. Right, so let's go ahead and add that in. So what you want to do is head over to the Get Started with Bootstrap link here. So I will add this in the description below as well. So not to worry, just be sure to check it. So like I said, every link that I go to, I will ensure that I don't forget to add it into the description below for you. All right. So what you can do is scroll down here. And like I said, it is possible in maybe a year or two of this video going on, it may be possible that Bootstrap will slightly change their documentation. So this is where it's very important to refer to the project source code, which I'll also include in the description below, so you can at least reference that accordingly. So just something to include and just keep in mind. So what you can do here is go ahead and add in the following. So we have a viewport here. This is just some extra code we can add in. Now this is just to ensure that we have a nice responsive part of behavior for mobile devices. So you can copy this here. I will zoom in so you can see what it is. So we have this meta viewport width is equal to device minus width here, initial scale equals 1. So like I said, this helps to ensure responsiveness on mobile devices. So you can copy that, and there's something you can add actually at the top here. You can add it just before this meta char set option here, just to ensure we have some good responsiveness going on with our application. All right, so the next thing we need to do, like I said, back to the Bootstrap part. So let's zoom out here. So we can scroll down here and you have the option to include Bootstrap CSS. Now this is not necessary since we are using a Bootswatch theme, which is Bootstrap related. So we don't need to add in the CSS. However, what we do need is we need to enter in the popper JS and JS for Bootstrap separately. So this is something we can add in. So what we need to do is copy the following here to our clipboard. So we have popper here, which is going to help with some effects with Bootstrap. And then we have regular Bootstrap JS, which is minified that we need to add in. Okay, so we can copy the following here. So we can copy to the clipboard, head over to our base.html, and you would just want to paste that in, and you can paste it in below your JavaScript file here. So we need to ensure that whatever we put in our app.js file here overrides this Bootstrap here. So that's something that's important. However, earlier on with our CSS here, we needed to ensure that the Bootswatch overrides the CSS. So kind of opposite ways here. All right, so we've got this now set and in place. So make sure that you've got that Bootstrap logic in place and set and ready to go. All right, now it's not always to say that we will need jQuery. There usually isn't a use case for it, but just to ensure we don't have any problems or any kind of issues, we can also add in jQuery. So this is something you might want to use. So we can close the Explorer and we can just go ahead and add that in. So we will have script source, and here we're just going to add in the link. So as far as I recall, it would be HTTPS, and we want to add in code.jquery.com/jquery, and then we want to have dash and version 3.3.1. The minified version should be fine. .js like so, and cross origin we can keep as anonymous. So cross origin anonymous. Oh. Non-anonymous, and you just want to close that up. So we may not require jQuery, but in the event while we work into this course, we may want to add in some specific functionality. We can go ahead and add that in. But generally speaking, as long as we have the Bootstrap JS here and the popper here, we're good to go. Now, the reason that we need this is for our navigation bar. So in our navigation bar, we want to ensure that we can actually use the basic Bootstrap effects with popper and bootstrap.min.js. So that's the reason why we're adding this logic here for Bootstrap JS. Of course, we're adding the following we're adding app.js here, our custom JS file. And the reason for that is because for our flash messages, we want to ensure that we set a timer, and this timer is going to ensure that those messages, those notifications disappear after a few seconds. There's nothing worse than seeing a notification that sticks on the screen. So that's why we need to add in some custom functionality for JavaScript. And regarding the jQuery here that we have, as we build our project, we may require some code specifically focused on jQuery, and we'll see how it goes, but just something that you want to add in. Now, this base.html, and it's good to add this in because remember, like I said, this base.html is going to extend over all of our HTML templates. So at least if we have it in place here, we don't need to worry at all. Now, I wanted to go back to the block content here. So it was the end block here. So essentially, you should see this as a gateway for all of our templates to go ahead and add in unique functionality. So this block content end block here will be going to pass this over and extend it to our other templates and add block content and end block here. So essentially, this is going to be a placeholder for our other templates. Okay, now I understand with some of you want to get stuck in and straight to it, so I do have a tendency to take my time and explain these things from scratch. So what I've decided to do is add in chapters for this long video tutorial, so you can skip ahead if you understand everything and you want to go further, but just in case, I just decided to just take time explaining this, so just keep that in mind. So you're more than welcome to skip ahead. Okay, so we've got all of this set in place here. So we've got our base.html. We will return to this because we want to add in, of course, our icons for our notifications. We want to add in a navbar area for notification messages, but all of this in due course. So as long as you have the following logic here, you're good to go. Now, of course, if you're missing anything, don't worry. Just make sure that you have, of course, the code with you so you can go ahead and reference if you are struggling. All right, so that's our base.html. So what we can do is just refresh the page, make sure our server's running, and we're good to go. Perfect. All right, so let's just clear this up here. Our directory structure is a bit of a mess, so let's close this up. Okay, so we've got most of our base.html file out of the way. The next thing that we want to do is we want to create the blueprints for our files. So what I mean by that is we can go to web app and templates here. So we have base.html, index.html. So what I want us to do is I want us to create all of our index.html files. What are we going to be using for this application? So we can just get that out of the way. So we have base.html, index.html. So index.html is going to serve as our home page, so the main page for our application. So whenever a user comes to our website or application, they have this index.html page to go to. So this will be our main page that greets users. Now we also need to go ahead and create other pages. So we want users to register. So we can right click on web app, say new file, and I'm going to say register.html. Now we're only going to create these files. We're not going to add anything in them. We just want to have a good, clear sense of what we're doing. So that's register done. Now, if someone registers, you would expect them to log in. So we can right click and create a template for logging in. So I'm going to say my-login.html. Okay, perfect. So we have a login page for users. All right, so they've logged in, okay, and now they want to go ahead and create records and delete records. So let's say it's a manager or a application for managers or supervisors to manage their employees, or for someone to manage his or her clients. What you can do then is go ahead and create views pertaining to records, clients, dashboards, etc. So if someone wants to see a set of records, we can obviously use the dashboard page for that. So we can say new file, dashboard.html. So that would make sense. So once the user is on the dashboard and they're done with whatever they want to do, they want to obviously log out. So we can right click and create a new page for logging out. However, you don't especially need a page for logging out because we can use a URL and a view to take care of this. So we don't actually need that. The next thing that we would need would be the basic CRUD application pages. So if we want to create a record, so we can say here create dash record. So we can use dashes. Okay, we can create a record. Let's say we want to, let's say update a record. We may need a page for updating since we want a unique page for that. So right click and let's say update record, the HTML. We can use that. So we have a template for updating our record. Now you may think that we may need one for deleting a record. Now we don't really need this because if we are viewing a record, let's say we're taking a look at a record itself, we're reading it, we can tell Django to delete that record on that page that we're on according to the URL. So essentially to do that, we would need a view record. So if we're reading a record, an individual record, we can have a page, a template for that, and we can also delete it on that page. So we would only need one template, which is called view-record. So you can change these names as you want. You don't need to call them records. You can say add, update, delete, whatever is applicable to your use case. Okay, so we've got view record. Okay, so we've got our base.html, create record, dashboard, index.html, my login, register.html, and of course we have update record and we have view record. All right. Now, we're also going to have a navigation bar, but we'll only get to this later on. So make sure you've got the basic templates here. For now, we will add in a navigation bar one soon to come, but these are the basic ones that we need. And I wanted to mention was the navigation bar. Okay, it's going to extend on all of these templates. So like I said, we're going to include it in this base.html right here. And that's going to show on all of these templates here because we're going to extend this base.html to override all of these templates here. So each template has the following functionality, which I'll show you in greater depth as we work throughout the crash course. Okay, so we've got that set. So these are the blueprints for our basic template. So at least you have an understanding of what to expect. All right, so let's go and dig deeper into the functionality that we need for going ahead and setting up our register and login forums accordingly. So that's what we want to go ahead and set up. All right, so we can close this for now. And in our web application, we want to create a forms.py file. So in our web app, we can right click on it, say new file, and we want to say forms.py. Okay, so this is where we're going to create, you could say, our model forms for users that want to register and log in. So here we are on forms.py. So let's set up the functionality for it. Right, so what we're going to do is create two forms which will allow our users to register or to go ahead and create a user account, and another form to allow users to log in. So this is what we're going to use as the start. So I'm going to zoom in here just to make it a bit clearer. So make sure you create a forms.py file within your app here. So we have web app, make sure you've created that. Now what we can do is go ahead and import the default user creation form, which comes pre-assembled with Django. So we can import that. So you can say from django.contrib.auth.forms import user creation form. So this is a default form that Django provides us to actually allow us to create users based on the username, password, email, first name, last name, etc. Now, to actually implement this, we need to have the user model. So the user model, of course, like I said, houses the basis of the username, the password fields, the email fields, etc. So what we need to do is import that user model, the default user model from Django. So we can say from django.contrib.auth.models import user. So you want to add that in. Excuse me, IntelliSense is, all right, there we go. Okay. Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to actually go ahead and import forms. Okay, now forms is going to allow us to create char fields and go ahead and inherit widgets. So in terms of widgets, okay, we get something known as a text input widget and as a password input widget. So these are things that we can use if we want to go ahead and extend our application in such a way. So we can say from Django import form. So this is going to allow us to make use of those widgets. So text input, usually that will be for a username, and a password input, we know, of course, for a password. Okay. So we just want to import all of these first before we actually create our forms. We don't want to go back and forth. But what we can do to keep this simple and structured, we can just use, we can import what we need and then use that accordingly, and then go back and import what we need later on. So we have some structure. So we can do that. So what I'm going to do is just move this a bit down, and we can add some lines here. Okay, so the first thing we want to do, I'm just going to add in a comment here, and I'm going to say here, register a user. I'm going to say register or create a user. Okay, now what we can do is create a class here. So we're going to create a model form. So I'm going to say class, and I'm going to say here, create user form. So you can give your class name here anything that you want. And the important thing here now is we want to inherit this user creation form here. We want to inherit that within the parentheses. So you want to say user creation form, add your semicolons into the class. And now we want to set everything up. So let's zoom out here. We want to say class meta. And now we want to specify our model. So we want to create a form known as create user form, which takes in the model user. Okay, and that's because we are importing this user form. And then what we want to do is we want to specify the field. So the fields that we want to use, we can just say fields equals, and within our list here, we want to add in the username, comma, password 1, and comma, password 2. Now, the reason that we have password 1 and password 2 is because when a user goes ahead and decides to set up their form, password 1 is going to be the password they want, and password 2 is simply a field used for confirming password 1 essentially. But there's only one password, so don't try to look into it too much. So these are the fields that we want to use. So when we are setting up a registration form, for example, we want to output the username field and the password 1 and password 2 fields, namely password 1 for setting your password, password 2 confirming your password. So that's what that field is for. All right. Next thing that we want to do is we want to create a model form or a form here to allow our users to log in. So what we can do essentially now is just create another class here. So I'm going to add a comment here, and I'm going to say log in a user. So this is going to allow us to log in a user this form. So I'm going to say class, and I'm going to say login form. So let me scroll down here. And within that, we need to include the authentication form that Django provides. So Django by default provides us with an authentication form, which we can inherit. So now we can import now. So I'm going to say from django.contrib, and we're going to say .auth.forms import authentication form. Now, as I can see here, it's the same here. So you can just put a comma there and just add an authentication form. Choice is yours. Next thing that we want to do is we want to import our widgets. So the password input and text input, which is based on these forms here. So from django.forms.widgets, import password input and text input. Okay. So let's move on with this. So now what we want to do is in login form, we want to inherit and take into control that authentication form. So we can add that here. Okay. And what you want to do then is set your username, and that's going to be forms. And that's the reason why we import the forms here. So now we can make use of these widgets, namely password input and text input. So we can say forms.char field. And now we can add in the widget, which is going to be equal to text input. Add in your parentheses and then the password. It'll be forms.char field. Add in widget, and that will be your password input. Add in an empty parentheses. So this is the form that you need to actually go ahead and set up what you need to log in a user. So this is the functionality you would require. So the text input will be a username simply, and a password will be set to the password input widget. Okay, so this is everything that you require for creating a form to allow a user to register for an account and for a user to log in. Of course, we need to add in some more functionality with our views and also create a URL to actually link this up accordingly. But there's the basic functionality here. And like I said, if you want to double check this, you can download the source code, go ahead and check it out. All right. So we've got that now in place. Now what we can do next is go ahead and set up our view accordingly. So that's the next thing we want to look into. So make sure you've got this set and ready to go. Okay, so we've got our forms done there for now. So we can close this up. And now we want to go to views here. So you can go back to our views. Now we want to start to set up our view page here. Okay, so that's the next thing we want to do. All right, so let's go ahead and fix up our home page. So as we can see, let's get onto our homepage here. We can see it's very bland, very plain, not much to it. It looks pretty bad here. So let's just add some markup to it. Let's make it look a bit nice. Now, the first thing I want to teach you is how you can make use of this base.html here. So what I'm going to do here is we can remove this HTTP response. We know that that view is linked here, so we don't need to come back here. We know we're rendering it out correctly according to index.html. So whatever is in our index.html file will appear here, so we don't need to worry about this for now. So just keep in mind that we're just modifying our home page. So let's take a look. So we have base.html here, and let me move index.html here. So it just says hello world. Now what I want to do is I want to extend this base.html file now, and all of this logic here is going to appear in index.html on this file here. Now the first thing I want to show you is if you right click here, and you say view page source here, you can also say control U. You can now see the HTML logic here just says h1 hello world. That's all it shows. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in some logic here at the top here of our index.html that's going to extend this base.html file here so that we can inherit all of these default properties here. Everything here, we inherit everything. So to do this, on the top of index.html, in your curly braces, you can just say extends, and in quotes here, you want to say web app /base.html, close your curly braces, the percentage symbol right like that. Now, if you go ahead and refresh your page, first you'll see the title will change, and if we view the page source, a lot of alterations will be made. So refresh, and you can see we have Project X, and if we refresh here, and view the page, you can see we have all of that logic here. So we are inheriting, as you can see here, our base.html inherit. We can even see the comments that we added in here, so it's inheriting it. But one thing that you've noticed is probably what happened to our index, what happened to hello world? It disappeared. Now the reason that this has disappeared is because we need to add it in within the block content. So in base.html, you'll notice here that we have this block content option here, an end block. So essentially this is where all of that logic will be placed unique to that particular template. Now to call this block content and end block here, we need to add this to index.html within the unique content we want to add. So let's say hello world is something unique to index.html, then up here we will add in the following, and that is block content. Okay. And we can say here end block. So this is what's unique to index.html. Everything unique to that file must be put within this here. And now what you can do is close this, refresh, and you can now see we have hello world. Now the reason we have some styling as well is because remember in base.html we have this Bootswatch right here. We have Bootswatch here giving us that theme. Now if we were to delete Bootswatch like that and delete it, and refresh, we can see we don't get that nice sort of functionality put into place here for us. So that's the reason for that. So let's just put it back. You can just add that back in. And that's the reason for that. We can now see it's now put into place nicely for us. Okay, all right. Now, a question that some of you are probably wondering is earlier on, we set our styles.css to change the h1 tag here to set the content to red. Now you can see it's not red. Now, what you'd need to do to fix this is you'd need to just simply clear your cache. Now, sometimes it shows instantly, other times you need to clear your cache. So to do that, you can click here if you're using Google Chrome, head over to, so click on your settings, the 3 dots, then more tools. Then you want to look for developer tools, open that up. And then here on your refresh icon here, you want to right click on it and say empty cache and hard reload. And that is going to clear the cache and show any CSS that has been that hasn't been cached correctly. And you can also hard reload if you wish as well, and that should show you the color. Another measure that you can use is to head onto your terminal, run your server again, and then you may want to refresh as well, like so. And a final way is to ensure that your server's on. Then you can click on settings, more tools, developer tools, and then empty your cache and hard reload. So these are 3 ways in which you can double check and ensure that it has been loaded correctly. All right. Now we don't want to have this here. We just needed to test it to ensure that if we view the page source and we click on our CSS here, that it's actually rendering out correctly, and we can see it is. So that's perfectly fine. But we don't want this red text here. We were just testing it out. So we can go to static CSS styles and we can remove this H1 here. We don't need that, that's fine. Okay, so what we can do now is refresh and that should disappear. So now again, as you can see here, it's not showing, so we need to clear the cache. So just something that we sometimes need to do here, just empty that cache, and there we go. Okay, all right, there we go. So mine's caching a lot recently, which is strange, but we have got that all in place. All right, perfect. All right, so we've got that all in place. So we also now understand the base.html and the purpose of it. So we've got everything set and ready to go. Now, essentially, this extends web app /base.html. Now, the reason we're saying web app here, okay, is because remember, we are rendering it, calling it from this folder here, and we're looking for base.html. So that's why we say web app / and we're looking, web app / base.html. That's why we're looking for it, and that's how it is. Now, we would need to just add this line of code to all of our templates here. Now, this is really beneficial because, like I said, we don't need to have to manually copy and paste the same logic on every single template. It really does help in the long run, especially if you have a very large application. But this is a perfect use case here because we can just write in now minimal code. Okay, so let's anyway get started and make our homepage look nicer. I mean, this hello world is very simple, too simplistic. So let's make it look a bit nicer. So we can remove that. So let's start this here. So we've got all the HTML all prepped and ready to go. Now, if you're wondering about structure and logic, you can right click and view the page source. So here you can see the logic that we have already. And what we're going to do is just add in extra content here within block content here. So you can see we have this pre markup already set for us. So just to give you some clarity there. So just refresh and we can start. So in index.html, what can we add in? So let's add in a body. Okay, so this is all unique content. So all unique content pertaining to a web page will be in this block content here for each of our templates. So here we're in body, and let's just add in some space. Okay, and I want to close this Explorer here. And what we can do is go ahead and say div. We're going to say class. And I'm going to say text center. So sometimes with Bootswatch or with Bootstrap, we're going to have properties that we can invoke. So sometimes we can add them in accordingly, such as text center. Now let's say H3, and I'm going to say project X management at its finest. Okay, what else can we say? Let's add a breakpoint. And let's add a H5 tag, and I'm going to say keep track of your records effectively. Okay, you can add anything that you want here. The choice is yours. HR is going to allow us to add in a horizontal line here. Breakpoint, it's nice. Refresh. All right, so we've got some nice styling here, nice, very good. So Project X management at its finest, keep track of your records effectively. Now you can see everything is centered because we added this text center value here, so we added that in. So that's looking great. Next thing that we want to do is, since we're using Bootstrap, we can also make use of a lot of functionality such as the buttons and the colors. So what we can do is here create a link. So we can say a class button primary. So we can use button primary, we can use info, we can use success, we can use danger, okay, and all of these are usually primary will be the Bootswatch's theme color. Info will usually be blue, danger will be red, and success will always be green as well. And then we also have alert, which is usually orange, but we're going to keep it primary and stick with the theme of the Bootstrap theme. Type, we're going to say button, href here, and here we're going to add in a URL. So I'm going to add in a URL, and I'm going to leave it as an empty string for now and close that up like so. And here I'm just going to say create your account. Just like that. Now this URL here, okay, is always going to pertain to what you set in your name attribute. So if you go to your urls.py file, we have a name attribute here. So usually if you add in the route name, it's best to keep the route name the same as your name here that you add in. Now, name is an optional argument that you can add in. You don't have to, but usually it makes it easier for tracking the URLs in the href attribute here. That's why you should always add in something within the names if you have to. If you don't have to do that, but for example here we're leaving it empty. That means it's going to correlate to our home page. So this URL is just going to redirect to the home page. So if we were to refresh, we have a button here that says create your account, and we can see in the tooltip in the bottom left here, you can see of the screen, it's just going to redirect the page because we just set that to an empty string, which correlates to an empty route name and an empty name argument here. Okay. Now, of course, we're going to set this to the register URL, and we're going to set these up accordingly. So the URL just goes to whichever URL you want it to go to accordingly. That's a simple way of understanding it. So here it will be create your account. So we want to, when the user clicks on this button, we want it to go to the register page where users can go ahead and register their account. So that's something that you want to ensure that you add into place and ensure that everything is set accordingly. All right. So that is essentially the full force of our index.html page. Now, like I said, you're more than welcome to download the source code if this is a little bit too easy for you, or you just prefer to follow along with the source code. That's perfectly fine. Either way is fine. But we've got this in place. So this is our index.html for now. Okay, so you can see it's much easier now that we just extend the base. So we just have a little bit of code to write. We don't need to write that much. Now this HR is horizontal line, so that just sets the line here in place. So you can see it's a bit clearer and a bit more concise. So I just want to tighten this up here just to make it a bit easier and clearer to see. There we go. I think that works nicely. There we go. All right. All right, so the next thing that we want to do is we want to go ahead and add in a navigation bar now. Okay, so we're going to add a navigation bar, and this is going to appear on every page. Now, what we're going to do for that is we can close the following here, and it's going to be extended through web app through the base.html file. So if we go to base.html, remember we added in a comment here that says create navbar here. So what we're going to do is, to make it easier, we're going to include the navbar. So we're going to add in an include function, which is going to include the navigation bar for us from a HTML based template. All right, so let's get started with our navigation bar. So to make things easier for you, what I'm going to do is of course, like I mentioned, I will include the source code in the description below, so a link to the source code. But additionally, what I'm going to do is, if you're following along with the course here, I'm just going to want to show you the navbar that we have for this moment. So I'm just going to open this up so you can see. So here is our navbar, as you can see here, the code for it. Now, the navbar that I've made and created here is based on Bootstrap's responsive navbars here. So this is another link that I'll add in the description where you can read more about creating a navbar with Bootstrap. So it's basically one that I've just gone ahead and copied here and just modified here. So there isn't really much to it. I will explain it in detail what I've done and what I've added in so you can see it. But what I've done is I've gone ahead and created one for us. So what we can do is just add this into our code. Now, what I'm going to do essentially is I'm going to add in the code for the navbar if you're following along with this course here in a pinned comment of this video. So make sure you check the pinned comments, because I'm just going to add in the source code here, which you can literally copy and paste in your own navbar.html file here. And I have it right here. So for those of you that want to rather just check the project source code and go from there, that's fine. But for those of you that are actively watching the video and actually want to follow along, this is what we need to do. So it's very simple. We can just create a new file here on our templates directory, so under web app. So you can say right click new file, and I'm going to call it navbar.html. And under the pinned comment of this video, all I want you to do is copy the code that's there, and that code will look like this. Okay, so all I've done is it's exactly the same as the final project source code. The only real difference is that I've removed the URLs here so that the navbar won't have any issues or whatnot when we actually run it. So I've just taken out the URLs for it. So you can copy this. This will be in, like I said, this will be in a pinned comment of this video, so you can copy that and you want to paste it in your navbar.html like so. Okay, now I will explain this in just a moment. I just want to render this in base.html so you can see what it looks like. So this is the code that will be under the pinned comment, and I will explain it in just a moment. So what I'm going to do essentially is go to base.html, and to include this navbar that we have here, all that we need to do is add in include. And here in quotes, you want to reference where that navbar is from. So it's from web app, and it is / where is it? Navbar.html. So here we want to say web app, and then we want to say / navbar.html and close that tag with the % symbol. So now if we head over to our application and refresh, we can now see we have our navbar in place. So we can see we have register and we have login. Okay, so this is the navbar that will be extended on all of our templates if we use the extends operator, which we had here. So extends, because remember this base.html is now going to include a navigation bar every time on the base.html. So every time we extend it, it's going to still include this navigation bar, which will be on all of our templates. Okay, so make sure you've added that in accordingly. And now let me explain this navbar here. So let's look at the logic. So essentially what I've done, like I said, is I've just taken down a responsive navbar here from Bootstrap, so you can read a little bit more there. And I've added in various attributes. So let me go through that. Right. So as we can see here for this navigation bar, we have a few attributes which come with Bootstrap. So here, for example, we can change it to dark. We can change the color. So let me, for example, show you here. So on our navigation bar, let's say we want to change the background color to light instead of primary. So remember, it's Bootstrap colors. So primary, danger, success. There's light. Okay. We also have success. So these are the common Bootstrap colors that we can add in. So you can really play around with it, decide what is your preference. We also can center in accordingly our navigation items, expand our navigation bar, set it to a darker color. Then of course we have the heading here, which points to the following URL. So when you click here on Project X, it seems here, okay, that is a link since we have a href, and that will just go ahead and redirect us to the home page, which is the default localhost. We also have a button here, so essentially when we decide to minimize this here, we can of course click on the button, and then it essentially will drop down our register and login attribute here. Now there has been an update with Bootstrap, so there is something that we need to fix, well, update should I rather say, in base.html, which I'll get to in just a moment. Now we also have a div here, so this is going to collapse, of course, all of our links. So essentially what happens is if we are in a shorter frame and it is linked down, when we click on this, essentially what will happen is it's going to drop down all of the items here. Now naturally it will still show the navigation links even if it doesn't drop down, but if it was responsive, it's then going to show in a list here, as we can see, an unordered list. It's going to show our dashboard here and sign out. Now, I've added functionality in here that says if the user is authenticated, all right, then it's going to show the dashboard link. And it's also going to show the sign out link as well. So it's going to show the dashboard link and the sign out link, okay, here, but the user is not authenticated. So we're saying else, okay, show register and show the login link here. And of course we need to add an end if here to end the statement here. So that's the reason why you're seeing register and login, because we are currently not authenticated within an account just yet. You can also see here we have our links, and that refers to the href property. So it's all redirecting to the home page as of now. So everything that you see, all the links that you see will redirect to the home page here and now. This is why I said if you're following along, it won't have a problem. With the final project source code, these will obviously be filled out with the necessary URLs that we set in our web app for the register page, the login page, etc. Now you'll also notice something here next to it, which is this I class FA sign out. Now this is an icon from Font Awesome, so I've just added this in place here. Later near the end of this video tutorial, I will explain this a little bit more in detail, so you don't need to worry. It's not going to show for now, especially on the register and login page here. This will only really show if we are on our dashboard and sign out page. So this is something later that I will explain, so you don't need to worry about that. So this is essentially icons from Font Awesome 4.7 that we can add in within these I tags. This NBSP is used as a non-breaking space, so to give some space. So you can see here I've also added in some space, for example, between register and login. I've just added in some space in between just to make it a little bit more clear. And that's our nav bar there. Now you'll notice that if we try to click here on this, it doesn't open. Now, Bootstrap regularly updates its source code here. So what I want us to do is reevaluate our base.html. So it's a quick fix, not a problem. You can head over to base.html. And here we have our logic. Now, do keep in mind that the minified popper and bootstrap min.js does update as well as jQuery. So we just need to quickly update this. So you can remove everything here for the moment. And like I said, this will be in the final source code. And what you want to do is we can head over to get Bootstrap here. So another link here that we're going to add in was the introduction. So I'll add this also in the links of the description of this video. So what you can do is head over to JS, and we can see here the full and latest version here is available. So what you can do is literally copy this here on JS, and you can paste that in your base.html. So it's all in place. Now you can also indent this to make it look a bit cleaner. So this will include the slimmin.js, popper, and bootstrap. So we include everything in here nicely for you. So very important, go ahead and update that so that you'll be able to actually refresh this and open up and make this a bit more responsive. So we now have register and login now available. If, for example, someone was on a smaller device, such as a mobile device, it's now more responsive. So make sure that you add this in, this updated one. Like I said, I will add in the links there. You just need to go ahead and check them out as you follow through the course. So just a quick update there. So this is something that you will obviously have to do regularly as Bootstrap moves along. Okay, so we've got all that in place. All right, so let's move on. So what we can do now is just move this up a bit. And we want to now carry on with the functionality for registering a user. So you can head over to views. And what we can do is also open our forms.py so that we know what we're doing. So here we have created our form, and we created it earlier, so the create user form and the login form as well. So we can head over to views.py. And the first thing that we want to do right at the top here is we want to actually import our form. So we have create user form, but we can also, while we add it, import the login form so we can create it in our views.py. So you just want to say from, so let me make this bigger here and zoom in. Oh, excuse me. There we go. All right, wrong button there. So let's stop this server from running just for the moment. So we have from, and I'm going to say .forms. Okay, so we're calling forms.py. And essentially we want to add in create user form and login form. We want to import that. So we can say from forms import create user form, comma, and then we want to add in a login form for now. We will have other forms, but we'll get to that later on. Okay, so add in those forms. Next thing that you want to do is create your register view. So here I'm just going to say register. Then I'm going to add in some comments here. I'm going to say home page, and we can just add some space. So here's register. So let's create and set up our register view. So we can zoom in here, and I'm just going to say def register, and I'm going to pass in a request. Okay, and make sure you indent nicely here. So what we're going to do first of all is create a variable. I'm going to call it form, and form is going to house and consist of this create user form. So it's going to consist of this create user form, which has the username, password 1 and password 2 fields. So that's going to be linked to this form variable that we create. So I'm going to say create user form, leave it empty and empty parentheses. And now what I want to do is say if the request dot method is equal to that of a post request, I want to go ahead and add in some functionality here. So this if request method equals post request, okay, we are checking, okay, essentially if we're making a post request from our register.html page. Now this request.method equals post, okay, we're going to check it in the register.html page, which we'll get to soon enough, and then I will explain what we're doing here in that template when we get to it. But let's assume we're making a post request, which means we are essentially sending data to our database. So if the request is a post request, not a get request or a delete request or whatever, if it's post and we're sending data, we want to say, okay, so the form, which is equal to create user form, I want to then go ahead and post all of that data. So I'm going to say request.post, I want to post that data. If my form is valid, so this create user form here, if this form is valid, no errors or anything like that, and it's a legitimate form, I want to check that first. So I want to say if that form dot is underscore valid. Okay, so if it is valid, I want to post the data finally. So what we can do is say form.save. So essentially this is posting the data, but we say .save to do that. And then what we can do is we can redirect. So once we have registered a user, we want to redirect to another page. So we can say return redirect. And here in quotes, we can add something in. Now you can notice here that redirect is not defined. So the reason is we need to import that along with render. Render is already imported. So it's a Django shortcut. So we can just add a comma and say redirect, and that will allow us to use the redirect function. So now you'll see that yellow warning is gone, and we can redirect to a page here. So for the moment here, I want to comment this out. Okay, so just comment that out, and we want to essentially redirect at the end to the login page. Right, so what we want to do now is we want to essentially render this out to our template. So our template, as we can see here, we have a register.html template. So this form here, we want to essentially render out this username, password 1 and password 2 fields onto our template register.html. So to do that, what we can do is create a context dictionary. Now make sure it's in line here with your if request method functionality here. So in line, you can just say context, and you're going to say equals here, and that will be equal to an object. So a key value pair. So you would have form, and you would have your colon, and you can say form here as well. That will be your value. So this will be the key that we reference in our template, and the value, of course, is based on the form here, which houses those widgets such as username and password. Now what we can do is render this out onto a register.html form. So to do that, you would say return render, and you're passing the request object, and then you would just add in that template. So it's in web app register.html. So web app register.html. And then you'll just pass in that context dictionary, and I always add in context is equal to context. That's what I usually add in. You can just say context, but the choice is yours as to what you want to add in. And this will pass it to the register.html page, which we are now going to configure so that we can actually get this data accordingly. Okay, so here I just want to say register a user. So it's just a bit clearer. So we add our comments in. All right, so let's go ahead and set up our register.html page. So we can open this here. And let's set that up. Right, so let's get started. So what we want to do first of all is what we've done before. We want to extend the base.html template. So we can just say extends. So we can extend that markup. So web app base Navbar.html. Like so, remember your curly brace, and we can just click outside there. And sometimes you just need to press enter twice there to fix that. All right. Now, the next thing that we want to do is add our block. So remember, we need that block content. So we can say block content. Okay, and we just want to go ahead and say end block content here, or end block. There we go, perfect. Now we need to construct our register.html template. So what we can do essentially is we can go ahead and create a container. So a div, so I'm going to say div class, and I'm going to say container. And I want to use some Bootstrap attributes. So I want to set the background color of my container. So the form, I want to say bg-light. Okay, I want to also add a shadow. So I'm going to say shadow-medium. And I want to set the padding to 5. So P5. You can also set that to P2, P3, depending on what you wish. And the next thing we can do is just close that up. Like so. Okay. Now, what we can do next is we can go ahead and add in the rest of the details. So here we're in a form, so we can say create your account. Okay, and then we can add a H5 tag, and let's say start managing your clients today. Now, this is really up to you what you want to add in. It's really your choice. So we're just adding some markup. Then we can add a line here and a breakpoint. Okay. So let's zoom out now. Okay, and what we can do now is go ahead and actually create and add in our form. So let's add in our form now. So I'm going to say form method equals to that of a post request. And I like to set autocomplete to off because I don't like the fields auto-completing, adding in the details, okay, because it's quite annoying sometimes. So we can see here, we are sending a post request. Now that's the reason in our views why we're saying here if request.method is equal to a post request, because we are checking based on this register.html file if we are grabbing in a post request here. So that's the reason why we are setting it and how we're setting it. Okay, so autocomplete off as well. I just want to go into more emphasis here. So when you are essentially creating your form, you know that when you go ahead and click in a field, the input field, such as an email input field, it's going to show you a whole long list of all the emails that you've been using that's cached on your web browser. Now, this can be annoying because sometimes it scrapes data that is from strange websites. So it's best to just set it to off. Of course, the choice is yours. All right, so next we want to pass in a CSRF token. Now this is mandatory for every field that you have in Django, so this prevents any CSRF attacks or anything of the like, so it's essential that you add this in, or else none of your post requests will work in the form. Okay, next thing that we want to do, just to make it easy, we can just say form. So we're referencing our key. So in the views, we are passing the form here. So the key value pair. So we're passing in this value and we are referencing it according to form. That's the key. And this key that we have here is what we're referencing here. And that's going to consist of our fields such as username, password, etc. And what we can do is say dot as _p, and this is going to allow our form to look a bit cleaner and a bit nicer. So it's going to give it some styling, so you can go ahead and add that in accordingly. We will of course alter this later, but for now we can keep it like such. Next, we can just add a breakpoint, and we will want to add in a button here. So that button will pertain to creating a user account. So we can say button type. So we need to say submit because this will be a submit button. We can edit the attribute classes. So for example, we're going to say this is a button, and the button will have the color of the primary color. So that's similar to what we did on our index.html page accordingly when we went ahead and set this to button primary. Okay. Then we can set the width. So we can say our width 100, button block. So we're adding it to a block, and P2 would be the padding on the button itself. Great. Now we can just say create account here. Very simple. We can add in font icons later on, but this is the basic structure that we need. Okay, so we have our form. We've got that all in place. Now what we can also do is go ahead and add in some space for already have an account. So what I mean by that is we can add in a breakpoint just below our form and a div. And we can say attack center. And within it, we can just add in a paragraph tag that says already have an account, like so. And then we can add in a href tag here. And that href tag, we can just set that to the URL. And here we can put in the login URL, but we haven't constructed that yet, so we can leave it empty for now. So just go ahead and set in the URL tag with the curly braces. And here we can say login. And for the meantime, we can just put in, we can just leave it blank for now, actually. So we have our div, and what we can essentially do now is we can just go ahead and ensure that we just add in a breakpoint here. And I believe we need to close our body tag. So we can add in a body as well. So here for the div in the content, we can add in a body tag. Then we can indent everything, so we can highlight our code up to here. Indent that, and we can add body right here at the end. There we go. So we've indented it nicely here. So there is our register.html page done. Of course, you can check the source code if there's something you wanted to double check or anything like that. So you can double check and see what we're doing here. Okay, so that's our register.html page done. So what we can do is head over to our views, and we can see we've got that set and ready to go. So we can just go ahead and check out this web app.register. But before we do that, we want to set this up in the URLs. So we can head over to our urls.py. Okay, and here we can set our next route. So I'm going to give it the route name of register. Okay, then I want to set the views to register. So it's taking in the function name here. So the function name is register here. Now the attribute here, the name attribute, I'm going to set as register as well for continuity. And the reason I'm setting it to register is because in my index.html, I want us to actually click here or here to go to the register page. So that's the reason for setting this up. Just make sure you add in a comma at the end here. So when you are setting up your URLs, you must always add in a comma at the end. Now for clarity, we can run the server just to make sure it's working fine. Okay, it's working perfectly fine, that's good. So what we can do now is open up index.html. And if we scroll down here, we should have an option, on the page here, it says create your account, and here we can put in register. Okay, now that's going to pertain to what you set to the name attribute right here. So make sure you set it to the route name as well, just for continuity. So it's important that you just link it there. So now when we click on the create your account button here, okay, it's going to send us to the URL of register, which is going to help us send it there. So what we can do essentially is refresh. And if we click here, it will take us to the register page. And there we go. We have the registration page set and ready to go. So that's how you can go ahead and go to the register page. All right. Now this looks a bit ugly. It doesn't look so great. So what we're going to need to do is style it at some point, but it's okay for now. All right. Now what we also need to do is set register on our navbar. So when we click here on all the pages, it goes to the register page. So as soon as you've fixed that in index.html, okay, you can close that. I think we're pretty much done with index.html for now and for the rest of the video. We can head over to our navbar and we want to look for register. There's register, so we can add that in, plug that in, register. So just look for that register link here and plug that in. So now if we refresh, click on register, it takes us there. Now this is going to be throughout the application. And we only need to do it once. We just need to add it to the navbar once, and it's going to be across our whole application. Now, like I said, this is why it's good to make use of extends and include the base.html, include the navbar, and you only do it once. That's a great thing. All right, so we've got that in place. So we set that in the navbar, and we're good to go. So we can refresh again, go to register, and we're good to go. Right. Now, this registration form is not too bad, but it looks pretty ugly. The first thing that we can notice here is that it is way too wide. This is not good. It needs to be a little bit more concise, a bit user-friendly. So what we can do is shrink this a bit. So we can go ahead and close this URLs for now. Register here, we can keep open. Views, we can close that for the moment. And what we want to do is add in some CSS. So you want to head over to static, CSS, styles.css, and we want to go ahead and set up a class here. So I'm going to call this .form layout. So we're just creating a class here, and I'm just going to say, for example, border dash radius. I'm going to set that to about 15 pixels. And then I'm going to set the width to about 500 pixels, which is pretty good. That will shrink it a bit. And the border radius here is just going to allow us to have a more of a rounded border on our form. And this width here is just going to tighten it up, make it a bit more concise. So you'll see what I mean in a moment. So we've got this in place. All we need to do now is add this class to our class, you could say. So this is called .formLayout. And on register, we can just append this to our container here on register.html. We can append this and we can just simply go ahead and add that in. So it's form-layout. So we added that in. Now, if you refresh, okay, you're going to see that nothing happens. Now, the reason for this is we need to ensure that if we go ahead and make a change, that we actually just refresh and empty our cache. So right click, empty your cache. Just give it a moment. Close this, and there we go. All right, so we can see it's looking a bit clearer, a bit more concise, a bit more user-friendly. However, the input fields aren't looking great. Okay, this can be improved. I mean, it's okay, but it doesn't look good. These input boxes looks very old-fashioned. Okay, so we need to fix that up. So what we can do is the styles.css is perfectly good. So we can use this form layout for all the forms that we use in our application just to make them look a little bit better. So that's fine. Now, what we can do next is we can go ahead and make use of a package known as Crispy Forms here. Okay, so Crispy Forms is going to help us to make our our input fields look a little bit more user-friendly per se. You can use it for many sort of use cases, but we're going to use it just to improve the quality of our input fields. So you don't want to install Django Crispy Forms 2.0. Okay, it is a little bit different in terms of the configuration with the latest version here. So what I would recommend that you do is install the previous version of the last set. So 1.14.0 should be good. The other versions are a bit too old, so I'd recommend using 1.14.0. This version works perfectly fine. So we can install that package. So look very carefully at what I do. So 1.14.0, and it's Crispy Forms. So what we can do is head over to our console. So head over to your console, you want to stop your server, and you can say pip install a Django-crispy-forms. So make sure it's at least on the same name, Django Crispy Forms. And now instead of adding it like that, you want to say 1.14.0. So you're going to say pip install Django Crispy Forms equals 1.14.0. Please don't install version 2. You're going to have problems. I know there's some of you that are going to do it. Just please don't do it. Just add in 1.14.0. Very important. Don't install 2. You're going to have problems and issues. Okay, so just go ahead and install this. So Django Crispy Forms 1.14.0. Okay. And to just verify, just in case some of you accidentally installed 2, run pip list, please. So go ahead and run that. And if you scroll up, make sure you have 1.14.0, not version 2, because you're going to have issues. Again, I'm going to say it again. When you install Crispy Forms, don't install it like this. You need to say equals 1.14.0. I'm going to do it again. So let me show you. Say pip install Django Crispy Forms equals 1.14.0. Don't put version 2, please. Okay, so make sure you install it like that and double check your pip list. I'll do it again. So install pip list, set it up, confirm it's 1.14. If it's 2, you're going to have an issue. Okay, so make sure you've got that in place. The next thing that we need to do is we need to actually set this up. So what we can do is head over to our settings.py file to actually set this up. So we can close that, and you want to click on settings.py. And what you can do now is you can head over to installed apps. Now we're using Crispy Forms, so we need to add that as an installed app, and that would be called crispy_forms. And remember to add in your comma at the end right there. Next, you need to set the Crispy template pack, and we're going to use Bootstrap. So I'm going to say crispy_template_pack. And here you just want to add in Bootstrap 4. Don't add any other Bootstrap like Bootstrap 3 or Bootstrap 5. You're going to have an issue again. So make sure you do it explicitly like I do it. So Bootstrap 4. Next, you want to head over to register.html. And what you want to do here is you just want to load in crispy form tags. So what you can do is add it above here. Now you cannot add this to the base.html. For some reason, the base.html doesn't extend the crispy forms package. So every place where you'll have to use crispy forms, you need to manually add that to each of your templates, and you need to do it above block content for some reason. So here you need to go ahead and say load crispy underscore forms underscore tags, like so. So you want to add that in. Now we need to reference this. So what we can do is we can scroll down, and here where we say form.as underscore p, we need to load this crispy form filter. So you can remove the following, add in the following symbol, and you can just say crispy. Oh, sorry, crispy. So go ahead and add in crispy. Now rerun your server. So python manage.py run server. Okay, there we go. And what you want to do is head on back to your application, refresh, and you can see there everything's looking nice and clean. Okay, so you can see it's looking great. All right, so we can now see we have a username, password confirmation. Everything looks a lot cleaner, a lot better. So Crispy Forms really does a good job at making this a bit cleaner. Now, if we say create account, you're going to see here we also have inbuilt validation with our model forms. So it's going to force us to enter in the required fields before skipping ahead to create an account. All right, and that pretty much does it for our user registration. Okay, so don't worry, we will test all of this momentarily. The next thing that we actually want to do is we want to set up our login view as well. So at least we have the basic functionality before we head over to the dashboard part of our application. So we can create our account, head over to the register page. We can also see the route being rendered. If we click it here, it works. Go back to Project X, go to register. It takes us to the right page. Login is just going to go back to the start, but we will figure that out as soon as we get the login page all set and ready to go. All right, so that's the next thing that we want to go ahead and achieve. So we can close the following up, close this, close this, close that, close that. All right. So now the login view. So what we can do is head over to our views, close this up. Now we will deal with the redirect in a moment because we just need to set up our login view first. All right, so we need to import a few things. So the next thing that we want to do, let me zoom in here, is we want to go ahead and import the auth function and the authenticate function. So the auth function we need to log out of our account, and the authenticate function, of course, to authenticate our users. So in the meantime, we can just stop our server, and right here we can go ahead and say from django.contrib.auth.models import auth. Okay, so that is a function called auth that will allow us to log out. Next, we need to say from django.contrib. I believe it was auth import authenticate. Excuse me. All right, so this is going to allow us to, this is a function that will allow us to actually log out and authenticate our users according to a username and a password. So we need to import these two functions. Okay, next we can go ahead and set up another view. So here I'm going to say, how did I do the structure? Okay, log in a user. Okay, so we can start to log in our user here. So we can move this a bit down. Okay, so you want to just say def, and you can set your function name. So I'm going to call it my_login, pass in a request object. And now what we need to do is similar to the process we did before. So we know we have a login form. Okay, and our login form, as we know, if we take a look at forms.py, it takes in a username and a password. So these would be the fields that we would use. So we need to set this login form to a variable. So what we can do here, if we scroll down to login a user, we can go ahead and say form equal to login form with empty parentheses. So we are assigning that form to a variable. Next, the same thing again. We want to check if we're going to send a request. Now this, of course, is going to be a post request. So we can say if request.message is equal to that of a post request. If it is, what we can do is we can just say form is equal to login form. And we want to essentially go ahead and ensure that we are sending in a post request. So we need to say request, and we want to set the data to the request of a post request. So essentially what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, so if we expect a post request of data, a username and a password, what we want to do is say, okay, I want to send a post request with all of the data in the login form. And that data for the login form will pertain to the username and the password. So I'm going to essentially send a post request based on the username and password from the login form. Great. Next, what you want to do is you want to say if the form .is_valid, colon. So here again, we're checking if our login form here is valid, if there's any errors or any issues. What we want to do is just simply say username equals request.post.get, and within parentheses, we want to get that username. Next, we want to say password equals request.post.get, and we want to get that password. Okay, so we're going to set our username and our password. We want to get that accordingly, and we want to use those credentials to authenticate our user. So we can then say user is equal to authenticate. So here we're using the authenticate function, and here we can say the request is, we're going to pass in a request that allows us to check the username entered, and we want to check the password that has been entered. Okay, so essentially what's happening here is we are sending a post request. We're going to grab the username here. We're going to get the username and the password entered by the user. Then we want to authenticate, okay, a request where the username entered is equal to the username in the database, compared to the username that has been entered, and if the password in the database matches the password that has been entered. So that's how we authenticate, right? So that's what we're doing there. So you can take a good look here at our login function so far, so you can have a good look and see what we are doing at the moment. Great. So what we can do next is we need to just go ahead and check if the user exists. So what I usually like to do is you'd like to say if the user is not none. Okay, so if the user exists, I want to say auth.login. So here we can also use auth, the auth function, and I want to send a request where the user is logged in. Next, I want to say return redirect. And here again, I'm just going to leave that as a quote. So usually I would say the dashboard. So I would like to return to the dashboard accordingly if the user is valid, so I can log into my dashboard page. Okay, perfect. Now what we need to do now is pass in a context dictionary, because remember we want to pass over the username and password fields into our login HTML page. So what you can do is ensure that let me actually zoom out a bit more. So here on this line here, where you see if request.method.post, you want to say context is equal, and here you want to say form as the key. You can do the same here again, and form. So make sure you've got it on the right line, and then here you want to say return render. Don't worry, I will zoom in to make it clearer. Request, and here we need to set it to our login page. So it's called my login in my case, my-login. So you can say web app-my login.html. Set your context dictionary. So I say context is equal to context, and it's going to pass over to my login.html where we can use the form and output it. So let me zoom in for you so you can see. So we can see clearly here that we are setting our context dictionary. We are going to return that form in our context dictionary on the my-login page here. We're going to get these fields. Okay. So make sure you've got this in place and set ready to go. So that will be our login function here that we need to essentially make use of. So just ignore the redirects here for now. We will deal with that in just a moment. Okay. So we've got that part out of the way. Next thing that we need to do is create our login.html template. So we can essentially just close the forms here. We can keep the view here because I want to go over it again. Yeah, so let's open my login. Okay. All right, so we're going to do the same thing as we've done before. So we're going to say extend. So let's see if I can zoom in for current. Yeah. So we're going to say extends, and remember again, web app /base.html, like so. So you want to just add some lines here. Okay. All right. Now, of course, we need to load cripsy forms. because remember we do have a form that we need to manage. Now the block content, where all of our unique data for my login will be passed in, so we need to say block content. And you want to say end block. There we go. So everything that we need that's unique will be in here. So we can add that in here accordingly. So what we can do to make this easier is we can actually just open up register. So the logic is going to be very similar. Okay, and you want to go to register. And we can pretty much, we can copy just about everything actually. You can copy everything in register up to body here. You can copy everything. Add that in. Okay, you may need to indent a bit. Yeah, you may need to indent it a bit. Like so. And we just need to update it just a little bit. Right. So all we would need to do here then is in our login page, all we need to do is just update it a bit so we can remove this H5 line here. So make sure you're in my login, make sure you're not in register, and we can just switch this out for login to your account. Yeah, it's very simple. And scroll down, and here by the login here, okay, remember on the login page. So let's say a user that doesn't have an account, it clicks on the login page by accident. We can just say register here, and we can actually, we have a register URL, so we can add that in as well. So here we can say don't have an account, and then they'll be able to click on the register link accordingly and go back if they haven't, just in case. So make sure you've got that in place here for your login page. That's all you really need here. Register is perfectly okay. So what we can do now on the my login page, I just want to mention something in our views. Here you have form, that's the key. Now, if you want consistency and you want to change it up, okay, what you can do is call this form 2 if you want, or login form as your key. So whatever you state here as your key and your key value pair here, you need to state here. So if you say form 2 here, you need to say form 2 here as well. Okay, so just something important to note. Last thing we can do here is for the button, we can just say login. Okay. All right, because remember this is the my login page here, but we can go ahead and check it out. So that's really all you need here. The last thing we need to do is set up our URLs for this. So we can go to URLs, and we need to now set the path for the login page. So I'm going to call it my-login as the route name. Now the view, I added an underscore. So remember I added my_login. I don't really like to add in hyphens here, so I just add in the underscore here for the view. So here I'm just going to say views dot, and it was my_login. Now if you're using Visual Studio Code, it has IntelliSense, so it will pick it up. Then the name here, I'm going to set exactly to the route name. So I prefer to set the name value here to the route name exactly. So that will give us clarity. So we can call this my-login. And remember your quote at the end. Okay, so we've got that in place now. Now, if we run our server, so python manage.py run server, we should be good to go without any issues or whatnot. Okay, we're good to go. Now, what we can do is refresh. Our application is working fine. So remember, now we have a login URL. So like you know the drill, so we can add it where we need it. So we can close this up. And let's see where we would need this. So we can go to the navbar. And let's look for login. So here's login on the navbar here. And here we can just put in my-login. So that's what we stated it should be. So this is in the navbar. So automatically on every page, we'll now have login. So if we refresh, we can now click on login and it will take us to the login page. Here it is. Nice. It's looking great. So here's our login page looking great. All right. So we can see we've got that in place here. Now, what we can do now as well on register. So if someone doesn't have an account, we can add in a link here to the login page. So register, scroll to the bottom, and here we already have an account for the register page. So here we can just put in my-login. So now essentially what happens if we refresh and click on login here, it will take us to the login page. And if we click on register, it will take us to the register page. So we have some basic navigation between creating an account and logging into an account. So we have both of that functionality in place. So don't have an account, register, already have an account, login. So we have that option in place there, and we've got our nice redirects. Now the next thing you can do on register is remember we have a redirect. So we can close this up. Okay, and we can open up views. And remember, we commented out this redirect. So here by register, what we want to do is we want to head over to our view here. So we want to head over to the login page. So once we create and register a user, we want to be redirected to the login page so we can log in. So the URL here, I believe, was my login. So here we can just add in my-login, and that will take us to the login page once we've actually created and registered a user. Okay, now don't worry, later on we will add more effects such as notification messages, some JavaScript, some icons, but those are the non-essentials. We need to at least understand the underlying, infrastructure of CRUD first. So we'll get to that momentarily. So when we redirect, we will head over to the login page, and then we can go ahead and log in. And once we've logged in, we want to head on over to the dashboard page. So that's what we want to do then. All right. Now, before we go ahead and register a user, we want to work on our logout functionality. That's very simple and easy to do, so we can deal with that. So what you want to do is just stop your server for now, and we can do that. So you're more than welcome to test it out if you want. Choice is yours at your time. We will get to that if you're following along. All right, so the next thing we want to do is we want to set up our logout view. So we know how to log in. Let's also set out our logout view. So that's very simple. So make sure your server's off. We can then head over to the views, and we have register a user, log in a user. Now we can have logout. So ensure a user is logged out. So I'm going to say user logout, and we can create our function here. I'm going to call this def user underscore logout, and we're going to pass in a request object, and we're going to use the same function from before. So this auth function here allows us to log in and log out. So it's very useful. So here we're going to say auth.logout, and we're going to pass in the request object there. And what we can do then is say a return redirect, and we can redirect to anywhere we want here. So we can redirect to the login page. That might be a good place to go. So let's say you want to go back to the login page. Remember the URL for the login. And that was my login here. So we can just set that up. So here I'm going to say my-login, and we're going to redirect accordingly to that. Okay. Now what I usually like to do is the redirects. I like to put double quotes. I don't really like single quotes. So you can choose what you want to do. So essentially I just want to add it in even here for the comments. So I remember, so double quotes instead. That's just what I prefer here. I feel that runs a bit smoother as well. So you can switch it out for double quotes in your redirect. If you so wish, the choice is really up to you. So just keep that in mind. Okay. Now I would want to go ahead next and register a user, but I feel that we need to complete the call first. So I want us to be able to essentially to register, log in, and go to the dashboard as well. So I'm being a bit greedy here, excuse me. I want us to be able to do all of that first before we actually test it, because it's just going to be in pieces and I don't really like that. So what we need to do then is we need to start to create our dashboard view. So that's the next thing that we want to do. We want to create our dashboard view next. Okay. So I'm going to put user logout at the end actually. And here I want to create the view for dashboard. So the dashboard is a page that will only be visible to users with an account. So if you don't have an account, you won't be able to view the dashboard essentially and everything that's going on the dashboard for the necessary account pages. Right. So let's get started with our dashboard view. So first of all, we're going to create a function. So I'm going to call this dashboard, name anything you want, pass in request. All right, great. Now, the next thing that we want to do is going to be very simple. We will add onto this once we set up our models, etc. So what we can do is just look at what our dashboard is called. So it's called dashboard.html. So for now, we can just say return render request. And you just want to pass it in. So web app. So remember, we're looking in web app here. Then / dashboard.html. So dashboard.html. And that's all you need for now. What we can also add is a login required decorator to ensure that only authenticated users can access authenticated views per se. So we can head over to the top of views.py, and here we just want to say from Django.contrib.auth decorators, and we want to say import login required. So this is a decorator that I said is, like I mentioned before, it's going to help us to ensure that authenticated users can only see the views that we want authenticated views to see. So we're going to add this onto the dashboard view here. So we can say at login required, and we want to pass in the login URL. So you need to be very specific here, and in single quotes we can add in the URL, which is my login. So we can see it's my login, the route name. So my-login, like so. Okay, so that's our dashboard view done. So very simple. We will add to it and add a little bit more soon enough, but that's what we need for now. Great, so we've got that in place. So what we can do now is set out these redirects. So let's start from the beginning. So we'll be on our homepage, and on our homepage, we'll be able to essentially head over to our registration page, and we can go ahead and log in. So once we head to the registration page here, we will go ahead and register a new user based on the username and the password. And once we create that account, we're going to be redirected to the login page, as we can see here. Now we're on the login page now, and we want to authenticate our user based on the username and password that we set up in the registration page. So once we've set that up, okay, we're going to return, and we can uncomment this, and we want to redirect now to the dashboard. Okay, so we're going to redirect to the dashboard page, and we can see here, this is our dashboard, and we don't have any content in the dashboard.html page. So what we can do is head over to dashboard. We can add something there that just says, let's keep this simple. We can just say, welcome to the dashboard page. And you can put here in curly braces, in double curly braces, you can put in user, and that's going to show the user name of the user that is logged in. It's just going to say, welcome to the dashboard page, and so and so. So you can add some basic logic there for now. We will, of course, go ahead and add in some context for the dashboard. Now, what we can do in the meantime is just get started with the basic functionality, the block content, etc. So we know we need to add in extends, so we can add in the meantime extends, and for now we can just say web app base.html, and we can just have a look at our login page just to confirm that. Okay, we can actually copy that, that will just be easier. So we can just copy that in, and we need to add block content, so we can add that, block content. Close that off, end block. Okay, so you can just double check the functionality that you need to add in there. We can also just indent this slightly. So we have the basic markup for dashboard.html for now. So that's all we need, and that's what we're going to see once we ultimately render this, and when we get redirected to the dashboard once the user has logged in. Okay, so we can close these up, and we can go ahead and move on to the next step. Right, so what we're going to do is just move this terminal up here so it's a bit clearer. And what we need to do is we need to make sure we set our URL. So something there that we need to add. So we have our URLs here. Now we need to add in dashboard. So this is the last thing we need to add before we do our final testing. So we can call the route name dashboard. The views will be dashboard because that's the view that we set. So if you want to compare it, you can just double check here. So that's the view. Then we need to go ahead and set in the name here. So the name is going to be dashboard. So you want to add that in. So ensure that it is linked up. Now, once that's set and in place, we can, of course, append our navbar. So let's open the navbar here. And we have dashboard now. Okay, so we can add in dashboard for the URL. Now we do have an icon here in place here. Now what we can do for the moment, you can either keep it in or take it out. Now it's not going to be shown because we need to add in the font awesome CDN before that will work. So we can leave that as is, but we have the dashboard now later. And we can also, while we add in sign out now as well, because we also have that. So we need to add in the URL for logout as well. So while we're here. So remember what we can do here is create a pass, and it's best to add this just here. That would be best. So pass, and we can say user-logout, and the views, we can just set that to user-logout, and the name, we're going to set that to user-logout. Just remember your comments at the end. So I'm just going to run through this so you can understand. So we're setting these route names here are customizable. You can decide what you want to set them. And also my advice, like I mentioned before, make sure your route names are the same as the names that you have here. So if you go to views, you can see here we have the dashboard function. So that's pending to dashboard. User logout, of course, is pending to the user logout function name. So that's where we get the views and compare them in our URLs accordingly. Okay. Now we can head over to the navbar, and here we can put in user-logout, which is going to pertain to signing out. Now, something I want to mention now is if we are authenticated, so we have an if statement here that says if the user is authenticated, that's us, we will then be able to see the dashboard and the logout page. If we are not authenticated, okay, then we will see the register link and the my login link. It doesn't make sense to show the my login and the register link if we are authenticated, because we don't need that. It's just a waste. What we do need is the ability to log out and the ability to go to the dashboard if we are authenticated. So just something that I wanted to mention there. So we have fully completed now our navbar, so that's done. We've completed our registration page, our login page, the opportunity to log out and head over to the dashboard. Okay, so we've completed all of that, and we've completed the views according to the following URLs. So our home page, our registration page, our login page, our logout URL accordingly, and our dashboard. Okay, so we can close that up, run the server now. Okay, make sure you run your server. And what we can do now is start from the beginning here, refresh. You can either say create your account or click on register here. So let's say create your account, and I'm just going to say manager 1, enter in a password, confirm that password, and we can say create account. Account was created because remember we redirected. So what we can do now is just have a look what we did. So remember, again, we went ahead and registered and we redirected if it was a success, and it was. So now we're on the login page. So the view here is we're going to authenticate the username and password. And if that's a success, we're going to log in and be redirected to the dashboard. So let's enter our credentials. So manager 1, password, login, and then this is going to take us to the dashboard, and there we go. Welcome to the dashboard page, manager 1. It is a little bit big, I must admit, but at least we have that in place. We also have our navbar here, which is now showing only dashboard and sign out. Now the reason for that, like I said, is in the navbar we only set the if authenticated. So since we are authenticated, we can see the dashboard link. This is the link here, so the dashboard link and the sign out link. That's what we are seeing here. Now if we were to sign out, this statement here, if user is authenticated, will be invalidated. And then the else statement here is going to show register and login instead. So if we were to sign out now, it will redirect to the login page, and we can see we have register and login now. Now if we were to log in again, so manager 1, okay, and sign in, okay, it's going to take us straight to the dashboard, and now it's going to show the following. Okay, so we can see now we've got everything nicely and in place, and we've completed the basic functionality. So now we can go deeper into our CRUD application. Okay, so we've got the URLs in place. All right, so we can close these up. So we can just compose ourselves for the next part. So the next part, what we're going to do, essentially, we need to ensure that we create our model. So we're going to create a model, and we're going to decide what type of data we want to essentially store. Right. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to manage our data. So we want to essentially create a model, and this model is going to be based on a record where we can store, for example, some data pertaining to a customer, for example, or a client. And this may include his or her first name, last name, email, address, city, province, country. And essentially what we're doing is we're creating and we're allowing our managers or supervisors per se in our fictional example to create accounts such as manager 1, supervisor 2, to either manage employees or to manage clients. And essentially what we want to do is in order to manage clients, we need to do some data entry. So we can do this based on a model which has a set list of attributes or fields, like I said, such as first name, last name, email, phone, etc. So to do this, what we're going to have to do is head over to our app, and we can head over to models.py. Okay, so we can open this up, and I'm going to zoom in. Okay, that's not looking great. That looks fine. So we can create our model here. We're only going to create one, so we can remove that comment. So we're going to say class, and you can call this anything you want. Now, I just want to stop the survey here because it does sometimes get a bit annoying here because we are midway programming. So you can either call it customer, client, whatever you want, anything interesting. I'm going to just call it record. So I'm going to say class record. And here I'm just going to inherit models.model. Okay. And now we want to add in our attributes or our fields. So the first one is going to be when the record was created. Okay, so here I'm just going to say creation underscore date. And I'm going to say equals to models.date time field. So you're going to use certain fields. So this will be a date time field. And we're going to add in auto underscore now underscore add equals to true. And essentially what's going to happen is whenever we create a record, so let's say we add a record or create a record, one of the fields will take into account the date that record was created. That's why we're saying auto now underscore add is equal to true, because it's going to add the exact date and time when that record was created or when it was entered. Next thing we want to do is we want to add some attributes or fields that we wish, so you can decide what you want to do. Now generally if you're storing text-based information, you're just going to use char fields. So usually we'll just use char fields. Unless you want to work with numbers, you'd usually use integer fields, etc. But let's stick with char fields with simple data. So I'm going to say first underscore name, and I'm going to say models.char field. And here you need to say the max length of your char field. So I like to go around, I'm going to say 100, that's fine. Last name, and say models.char field. So the max length, you can say 100. Okay, you never know. Then we can set an email. So we can say models.char field max length. So I always like to take 255. You never know the email. Phone number, we can add that in as well. So we can say phone is equal to models.char field. We can say max length 50, let's say 20. And we have address. So that's also something that we can add in. So we can say models.char field. So the user address. Max length, let's say 300, but overkill. City. So this is going to depend. You can decide what you want to add. I'm just going to add it for something that I would know. Province. So this is very similar to state, just slightly a bit different. 200. And I'll say country models.char. Oh, remember models is lowercase. And max length 125. Okay. That's perfectly fine. So you can add in any sort of attributes that you prefer. So I have creation date. So when the record is created, a first name here, a last name, email, phone, address, city, province, and country. Now you can decide what you want to add. Okay. Now the next thing I want to do is I just want to create a simple function here. So I'm going to say def string, double underscores on the left and the right, self. And here I want to say return self.firstname. Plus, and here in quotes, I'm just going to add in, let's say 1, 2, 3 spaces. So this is a lazy way of doing it, and say self.lastname. So essentially for each record that I create, so for each object, I want it to show the first name and the last name of this particular record. So this record will be based on a employee or client, etc. I want the record in Django admin to show the first name and the last name. Now I will show you this in greater detail when we get to the admin page, so you can see what I mean by this. I will illustrate this, so don't worry if it's a bit confusing. But the important thing to note is add in the data that you want to collect for your particular record. So first name, last name, email, anything, go ahead and vary it. Remember, if it is based on text, you need to use a char field. Otherwise, you'll need to look for something more integer based if you're using numbers per se. Okay. All right. So what we can do now is make our migration. So you want to say Python manage.py, make migration. So you want to migrate all of this and prepare it. So if I open the Explorer, what you'll see here is a migrations folder. So it will show 001, I believe. So that would be the migration. Now, make migrations is essentially going to prepare the migrations to be pushed to our SQLite database or a database per se. So make migrations prepares it. So we first need to prepare our model data before pushing it, hence migrate. So we can say Python manage.py and make migrations, press enter. There we go. We've gone ahead and made a migration here called 0001_initial.py, and we created a model called record. So now we can head over to migrations, and we can see we have a migrations file here, which is going to list out our records and our fields, our attributes, etc., such as ID, last name, first name, phone, address, city, province, country, etc. Now, all we need to do now is we need to migrate and push this information to our SQLite database. So here in our terminal, let's type cls to clear this up, and we can say python manage.py migrate. So we can migrate our model to our database, and there we go. We've applied that migration, and it's been sent accordingly. Perfect. The next thing that we need to do is we need to go ahead and register this model as admin.py so that we'll be able to actually see this model, and we can actually use it in our page. So what you want to do is you want to head over to admin.py in your web app. So here we have our app web app, so we can go to admin.py. And here you want to register your model. So the model name, or the class name per se, as we can see, is record. So remember the class name for your model. Head over to admin.py, and we can register our models here as they tell us. So what you can do is go ahead and register it. So we just need to import the model first. So I'm going to say from.models. So the reason we can say dot is because we're in the same directory here, and we can just say models since it's in the same directory. And then we can say import, and you want to import the name of your model. So here it's called record. So you can import record. Perfect. And now we can register it. So we can say admin. So we're using the admin function here by default, .site.register, and within parentheses, you want to enter in record. So we now have it registered. So now we'll be able to actually access this model, and we can technically create a record if we so desired. So we can actually go ahead and test it out. So you want to run your server now, and then you want to head over to your Django admin. So run your server. Okay, just give it a minute. All right, you want to go to admin, your admin page, go ahead and enter in your credentials, and now we can see the Django admin is working again, which is quite interesting. So go ahead and enter in your credentials. So we want to enter that in accordingly. Right, now you can go ahead and log in. Okay, so we're now logged in, and what we can see here is our app. So it's called web app. Now that's coming, of course, from our app name here, and then we have our models.py file, and here we registered record, which is one of our models, and that's why it's called record here. Now you'll notice here it says S, and that's because automatically Django appends an S to it, so that's just how it works there. So we can click on it, and here we can see we'll have the ability to add a record now, and we can see we can add in all of the various fields. So first name, last name, email, phone, address, city, province, and country here. So you can add in the necessary details as you wish. Okay, but we can see we've got it registered, and we actually have a model in place. So just something I wanted to show you before we move on so that you're aware of how everything is put into place. All right, so we've gone ahead and created our model. Now that's very important. Now the next thing that we want to do essentially is, before we move on, we need to go ahead and add this. We want to go ahead and head over to our views.py. Okay, and essentially what we want to do is on dashboard here, we want to go ahead and output all of our objects. So we have no objects at the moment, but let's actually go ahead and set the logic for now. So what we can do at the top here, we can go ahead and just say from, okay, and you'll say .models import record. So we are importing that record model that we have here based on the name. So you always refer to the class name that you assigned it. That's how you refer to that particular model itself. Now in our views here, we have it imported. What we can do now is head over to dashboard, because this is where we want to see all of our data, all the rows of data itself. And we want to see it being output here accordingly. So here in our dashboard, we can just create a variable. I'm going to call this my records. And I'm going to say equals, okay, that's going to be record.objects.all. So we're just doing a query here. Let me just turn off this server. And we're doing a query here to select all of our objects. So that is the method that we're applying there. Then we can just pass this through to our dashboard in our context dictionary. So I'm going to say context is equal. And here in quotes, I'm going to put in, for example, records and I'm just going to put in my underscore records here as the value. So I'm going to pass through all of the records through to this dashboard.html page, and here I'm just going to set the context dictionary to context. Now you can decide what you want to do there, what you want to set the key and the value to. You can call this a record if you want, or records, anything that you wish. So we need to pass this through. Now what we would need to do next is we would need to style and set up a record first of all. So what we can do is turn on our server again, because we need some data to be output. There we go. And we can head over to admin. Go ahead and enter in your credentials. So I'm just going to add them in. So we had Arno. There we go. And what we can do now is go to records. We can add a record here, and I'm just going to enter in some data. So I'm going to say John Smith@mail.com. Enter a random number here. I'm going to say 42 Street, Alpine Drive, city, Cape Town, province, Western Cape, South Africa. Okay, that's fine. So enter in a dummy record. Now don't worry, we are going to have a form in our later on in our functionality where we can add this instead of the admin page. I just want to demonstrate this to you. We can save that record. So we have one record here and it says John Smith here. Now this is what I meant earlier with the model.py file. So in our models, remember I said we are returning the self.first name, self.last name here. Now if I remove the space here and save and rerun the server and refresh the page here, you'll see now it's now together. That's the reason why I added that space, just to give it some space to breathe. Now there are many string formatting options that you can use to do this. I just quickly added this in, but you can return anything you want. It's better to return something because usually it will just say record, the name of the model, and then in parentheses it will show 1, and then it will go up to 99. You have 99 records per se, or 99 objects. So just keep that in mind when we are just returning this. Okay, so that's what's happening there. So just so you know. Okay, so that's fine. So our views are in place. Now we now need to find a way to actually go ahead and output our record. So we would need to head over to the dashboard page. So we have dashboard here. Now it's going to look very ugly the first time that we do this. Now, first of all, I just want to change this heading because it's absurdly large. And I just want to output that data essentially. So what we can do to make this easy is we just want to simply go ahead and output what we need here. So we're on the dashboard page here and we want to output the information that we require on our dashboard page. So we can just go ahead and say for record in records. Okay, and we can just essentially go ahead and end for. So we're going to end it as a for loop like so. And now what we can do is we can just enter out the model data that we had. So we know if we click on this record, we have a first name, last name, email, phone, address, etc. So I'm not going to do all of them for now. I just want to grab something simple. So we can go to the models and let's just output first name and last name for now. So here we can just go ahead and say record and dot first underscore name. So this is going to be set to the attribute that you set. It needs to be exact. So first name, and let's do last name, for example. Okay, and that's the last name. Now I'm also just going to return the ID as well. So you can see it's the first record at least. So we can say record.id. Now by default, Django adds an ID. So this is something you won't see in the model. It will by default be added in accordingly. Now we can also just indent that slightly. So what we're doing essentially is in our views, okay, we're passing in all the records from our database. So we're selecting all the objects. So we only have one object here, which we are dealing with. We only have one, and we are just returning it. The key is going to be records. And that's what we're referencing here. We're referencing it according to records. Now, since it's a for loop, we do need to have sort of a placeholder. That's why we say record. And then we're going to say record.id. Now the dot part here is going to help us to reference the attribute in our models. So first name dot first name dot last name. That's why we have dot first name dot last name. And dot ID, like I mentioned, is by default Django already setting that as it should. All right, so we've got that in place. Now what we can do is test this out. So just so you get an idea, we can log out now, log in, and we're going to log in with manager 1. And it's going to show some data that gets output, and we can see here 1 John Smith. Okay, so we can see we are successfully rendering data. Now, of course, this looks very ugly. We need to, of course, work on this. We need to work on the styling. What we can also do is add in a table here. So we have a row, which makes this look a bit nicer, a bit cleaner. So that's something that we can work on, just improving and setting up accordingly. So let's work on that a bit. Right, so what we're going to do is we're just going to work on the styling here while we add it. So we're going to also implement a table here. So you're more than welcome to go ahead and look for a table that you like, one that you prefer. And this will help you to go ahead and manage your data in a better way. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it in my own way, setting up this table. Of course, you can decide how you want to do it. I will add this link here as well from Bootstrap. So you can go ahead and add in your own table, style it, customize it, and just decide what you want to add into place. All right, so what we want to do first of all is we just want to make this look a bit nicer. So first thing we can do is we can just append to this here a bit. So I want to first set that to a H5. Okay, so remember, like I mentioned earlier on, you're more than welcome to skip ahead because I will add chapters to this video tutorial, so you can skip ahead. I just feel this is important because on our dashboard page essentially is where we want to see our data itself when it builds up gradually. Okay, so we can add in a HR tag here. So that's going to give us a line here. Okay, that makes it look a bit cleaner. Then what we can do is we need an option for a button, and this button is going to be to create a record. Now we are going to fill in the add record functionality soon enough. So in the meantime, we can just add a placeholder here and get our styling right. So I'm going to create a button here based on this link. And we're going to set this to a small button, set the href. We can leave that as an empty URL, and I'm just going to set it to dashboard. So it's just going to redirect here for now. I will get to the details in a moment. And we can just press enter here, and here we can just say create a new record. And that's all we need for now. Okay, here that's looking fine. Okay, great. All right, now the next thing we can do is just add a line here. We can add that line. Okay, there we go. So that's looking a bit cleaner. We can also add in an outline here for this button. So let's add in that outline. So that just makes it a bit more professional looking. So when we hover over it, so the good thing about outline, it comes in with a hover state. So if you hover over it, it does give that effect. Now what we're going to do is create a table here. So this record thing here that we have here is not looking too great. So what I want us to do essentially is we can just go down here, we can add some space. So under our line here, so the HR stands for horizontal line, which is roughly here. What we want to do is we want to go ahead and set up a table. So I'm just going to say table. And this, of course, is based on the functionality from Bootstrap. So you can add it in as you please. And we're going to say class table. And I'm going to say table light and table hover because we want to have that effect. Okay, we can open that table tag here. Let's move this down. And what we can do now is we can create a table head. So I'm going to say T head. So this is the head of the table. And I'm going to say class, table, and I'm going to say light for now. So that would be the T head. And then we need to add in some rows. So this is the header of the table. We need to add in some rows for our table. And essentially we're going to say TR, so T row, so this is going to be the row, and then we're going to have our columns essentially here. So I'm just going to say TH scope, and that's going to be set that to the column. And here we can add in the headings. So we can start off with the ID, and we can copy this a few times. So let's see how much data we need to store. So we have ID. So we have ID. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we need a couple. So let's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and we can just replace that with our models. So we have first name, last name, email. So let's add that in. So we can actually put it as one. So we can just say full name. So we can save on a row there. And then we have email. We need to keep that separate. Phone, address, city, province, address. Oh, going too fast here. So address. So this will unfortunately take some time. We need to do it right, and it needs to look good first time. City, province country. So we save on a row. Okay, that's fine. Remove that. Okay, so we have these set in place. So these are essentially going to be our headings. Now there's one extra heading I want to add in here. So that's going to be view, because in view here, I'm going to add in a nice icon, which we can click on if we want to check an independent record itself. So I'm going to add something extra here, which is view here. So you're more than welcome to add that in. Just make sure here that you have your row set, you have your table head here, T head, and your table. So this is what you need for now. So let's start from the beginning. So we need to extend this, add our block content. We have our welcome message, a horizontal line, that's HR. We have a button placeholder here. We will replace this URL with add record once we get to the add record functionality. We have a table here, and we added some attributes, so it is a table. It's going to be a light table that has the hover effect. The heading will be light. Here will be, this will be a table row with the following column, so that's the reason for col. We have a column for ID, full name, email, phone, address, city, province, country, and an extra one for view, which is going to include an icon which we can click on to actually go ahead and view our data itself. All right. Great, perfect. Now the next thing that we want to do is we want to go ahead and add in the body of our contents here. So we know we have our table. We need to now add in a body in between. So here's the head. Now we need to add in a body. So that will be called T body. So this will be under the rows. So we can call this T body. And this is where we're going to actually add in our records accordingly. So what we can do essentially is we need to add in a row. So I'm going to say TR. So we need to add in a row. Okay, and this is going to comprise of our data. So we can say TD, and that will be our data. Okay, and this is going to show the data, and this data will be under these columns. So we need to put it in the right order, in the right positioning from start to finish. So here we have our data right here. Okay, now it's not going to work so nicely because we need to make some changes. So for now, we can take this out. Okay, and I will show you what I mean. So let's move this a bit up. Okay, there we go. So what we need to do here under the T body, we need to check if we actually have records. So essentially in our views here, we are selecting all the records, but we just want to double check that we actually have records. So in our dashboard, we can go ahead and check this out. So remember the key that you set here, the key is very important. So I call this record. So what I'm going to do here under T body is in line with it. I'm just going to say if records, enter in your colon, and right down here at the bottom, so I'm going to add this right at the end. I'm just going to add an end if statement, and that will just be below the body here. And if, okay, so if there are no records, we're just going to end. Okay, so that will be in between here. And the next thing that I want to do is I want to add in my for loop. So now we can add in the for loop, and it must just be above the row, and it must just end just at the end of the row. So we can now put in our for loop. So remember the key was record. So we can say for record in records. So we're doing the same thing we did before, and then we can end for after the row here. So end for. Okay, excuse me. And there we go. And now we can add in our data that we had before. So what we can do is we can start off very simple, and I'm just going to say record.id. Okay. Now what I want to do now before we can actually just stop for the moment and actually see what it looks like. So here we have our row so far, so it's not looking too bad. We can see we've got the ID already set and in place here. Now we can filter in and complete the rest of the data as we see fit. So we've added in the ID. Now remember we have a first name and last name, but we grouped it in the column heading according to first name, but we can add two of these this data together. We can match them up together. So we can say here under record ID, we can just switch it out for first name. And next to it, we can just put in record.last name. Now, what you name here as .last name and .first name and .id needs to match explicitly and exactly what you stated here by your models. It needs to be exactly the same. Now, we can also add creation date. That was one thing that I missed here, so we can add that at the end. Creation date. Or we can say date joined, that's also fine. date join. So just one more column because it was oversight here, creation date. Anyway, let's continue here. So we're just outputting, so this for loop here essentially allows us to output our records, all of our records individually here. Okay, now the next thing that we have, of course, is record.email. And this is going to be a bit tedious, so let me copy this a few times. Okay, and we also have phone. All right, I always like to have a space in between. Then we have address. Okay, city, province, country, and we can say date created. Or whatever we need to be exact creation date. Okay, that's fine. So we have all of our data here, and we can refresh. And there we have it, we have everything in place here. Now we can see here, this looks a bit ugly. I mean, we need a little bit of a change here in terms of the color, which we can actually update here. So we can change this color as we see fit. So we can update this. So we can see here by the T header, we have light. So let's say if we remove this, let's say if we take this out, or we can say table dark, for example. So we can update this. Okay, so we can see here, okay, that's not too bad. It's at least changing the color at the top. But let's say we wanted to change it down here. Let's say we wanted to change it a bit. Set that to, let's take that out actually. Okay, so we can see here it's now white here. And what we can also do is add in a border. So we can say table bordered. So this is just a bit of child's play here. You can just set it up as you wish. Okay, that looks a little bit cleaner, a little bit nicer, and we can set this to light perhaps, depending on what we wish to see. So there we go. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. So we now have this light border right here. Now we do need to add in a view here, so we can add in an icon essentially, and that's going to link to a particular record itself. Okay, but as you can see here, we now have our data showing here, and if we were to create another record, for example, in our admin for now, we will see it under row 2. So it will show another row here with ID 2, another name, email, phone address, city, province, country, date joined, etc. It will show all of that data in the next step. All right. So that's what we need so far. So we can see the basics. We've now rendered out our data. Now for each record is just going to show under this table. That's why we added this for loop to then loop through a new row each time with new data underneath it. So that's what's going to happen when we have another row of data, another row of data, another row of data. And it's good because if a manager or a supervisor wants to log in, for example, they can click on the dashboard and then they'll be greeted with this here, as you can see. All right. So that's the basic of what we need, at least for now. Okay, we will of course add in something extra here for the view, but we've at least got the basics done for the dashboard. So we have some sort of functionality in place, at least for the moment. So at least this is in place as it should be. Okay. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to actually learn how we can actually add a record. So that's the next thing that we can add in, that functionality. So what we can do is close this up. Okay, and we can just prepare ourselves. So now we want to create a view for adding a record. So we can head over to web app, views, and we can open URLs in the meantime as well. And what I'm going to do here is I want to say CRUD. Okay, so now, okay, actually CRUD starts off a dashboard actually because we have reading data, so CRUD. Okay, so let's just get that right. Okay, now we're going to start with adding a record. So we can scroll down here below dashboard. Okay, and in our views here, we can just go ahead and add a comment that says create a record or add a record. Okay, and of course we can copy that logic. And we can just switch this out for create record, and we can say pass for now. Now this pass function is very helpful if you want to create a view early on, but you don't actually want any errors or anything to be shown. So a very useful keyword that you can add into place. All right. So we're just going to keep that view for now because we will return to it. So just remember that keyword. Now what we need to do is we need to create our forms. We need to keep on building on our forms. So what we can do is head over to forms.py, and what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to create a form that will allow us to actually add in a record. So that's what we actually need to do. We need to create that functionality per se to actually add in the record that we require. So we can give this any name that we wish. It's really up to you what you want to call your form, so you can decide what you want to name it. So let's go ahead and set this up. So let's do that. Right, so let's go ahead and create our model forms. So since we are creating the add record form, we might as well also add in a model form for our update record, so we don't need to come back to forms again. So let's go ahead and set it up. So first you just want to go ahead and give your class a name. So we can say class add record, and you can say form if you want. That's really up to you. So earlier on we have been using form, so you can say add record form for continuity, and within parentheses here you want to say forms.model form, like so. Okay, so we're making a custom model form, you could say. And within here we want to simply go ahead and add in the metadata. So here we have class meta. So essentially what we want to do is we just want to, we can actually borrow this logic actually from create user form. We're obviously going to change it a bit. So what you want to ensure is that you have it ensure that it is indented nicely. So the model here is going to be from the record. So models.py here we have this record model, so we're going to use that. So we need to just import that. So we can do this up top, and we're going to say from.models import record. So remember, dot is because it's in the same directory. So we can now swap out this model user for record. And of course the fields we need to modify. So I just want to add in a comment here first. So add a record. Okay, or we can say actually create record. That's also fine. So create record, and here I'm just going to say create a record. So create record form. Okay, so in terms of the fields here, we need to look closely and in the correct order accordingly. So we don't need to have add in creation date. We can skip that. So we can add in the rest here. So let's start with first name. So in parentheses here, first name. And then we want to add in last name. So this is going to be a bit repetitive, so just bear with me. Email, phone, address. So it needs to be exactly the same. So email, phone, address, email, phone, address, city, province, country. City, province, country. Okay, so that's all you need there. So make sure, yeah, that's fine. Make sure you've got this in place. Now the update record form is going to be identical to this. So we just need to swap it out for update. So it's going to be the same here. So what you can essentially do is you can just copy the following logic. And just down below you can paste it, and you just want to swap it out for update a record. Now I know this terminal is in the way, so let me lower it down. So it's going to be the same. You just want to change the class name to update record form, and it's also going to be based on class meta on the model record, and it's going to have the same fields accordingly. Just be sure that you exclude the creation date field if you are using the same as me. Of course you'll need to add in the rest of your records accordingly. Just make sure you omit it if you're using this date time field. There is no need to add that in, okay, because automatically it will be generated by Django itself. So make sure you've got that all in place. So we have our record, so create record form here, forms.model form. We're setting the class meta is going to be based on the model record, and we are passing in our fields. So we're doing the exact same thing that we've been doing earlier with the registration form and the login form. All right, so we've got that in place. Now what we can do is head over to our views. So we can close this up. Close that up, and here in our views where we had pass, what we can do now is at the top we can just import those two forms. So we already are importing from forms here, the create user form and the login form, so we can switch it out and look for create record form. So if you're using Visual Studio Code, it will use IntelliSense to pick it up, so we can add in create record form and update record form. Now for delete we don't need this, and I'll explain soon enough why we don't. So we can scroll down to create a record. Now again, we're adding in this login required decorator to ensure that no unauthenticated users or users with an account, sorry, tongue twister there. So we want to prevent users that don't have an account from creating a record. All right, excuse me. So what we can do now is do the same before. So we're going to create a variable called form, add that to create record form. Then we're going to check if we're sending a post request. So it's pretty much the same logic that we've added in before. And we can just check if it's a post request that we're sending. And if it is, we want to then go ahead and say create record form. And we want to post all of that data within the create record form, which includes first name, last name, etc. Next, we want to just check if the form is valid. So if the form.is_valid, we want to go ahead and save that form. So we want to send that post request and save the form. Now we can then say return redirect, and now we'll have the opportunity to actually just keep it the same the first time, and we're going to redirect to the dashboard. So usually when we make our updates, we want to redirect to the dashboard so we can see the change overall in all of our objects. Great, so we've got that done. Now we need to set our context dictionary. So in line with your request.method post, say context equals, and within quotes, we can set our key value pair. So the key is going to be form, and the value we can set to form as well. So we're just grabbing it, and this is going to allow us to output those fields into a form. Next, just below context, we can say return, render, and pass in the request object. And essentially we want to say web app / and let's see what the name of that file was. So on the templates, we have create record. So it needs to be precise. So we have create-record.html. So it's exactly the same. And you just want to pass in the context there. Say context equals to context. Okay, or you can just put context on its own if you want. This is just a preference that I'm using. You can just leave it as context like that. Choice is yours as to how you want to proceed. All right. Great. Now we can just go ahead and add this in to our create record form. So we can move create record here, and we can just add in the functionality here. So let's add that in. So let's zoom in here. So make sure you're on the create record HTML. And first of all, we just want to go ahead and say extend. And in quotes here, we just want to say web app / create. Oh, sorry. Base.html. Excuse me, it's getting a bit late here, and you just want to extend that accordingly. Okay, that's fine. So we are extending that. Now we will need to load in crispy forms again. So just a bit of repetition here. So you want to load crispy forms tags. Okay, that's fine. And now we need to add in block content. So this is the unique content that we're adding. And you want to end the block. Okay. There we go. So there's our basic functionality in place. Now within our block content here, what we're going to do is we're going to add in the similar logic from before. So if you want to save time, you can head over to, let's say, the login page, for example, and we just want to add in this basic structure and functionality here. You don't need to add everything. You can just add up to, we can just use, for example, we can add body. We actually don't need body, actually. We can just use, and let's have consistency. Let's add body up to, we can say up to the form. So you can just use that up to the form. So on the My Login page, you can just reuse this code here and go to create record. Then you just want to close off your div and your body, first of all, because we didn't have that. So you want to close off your body tag and the div, and you may want to indent it a bit. So we're just basically using form logic. Now, instead of login to your account, we can say create record. You may want to add a little bit more here just to make it a bit more concise. So you may want to say start adding in the required details for your record. Okay. We can keep the same structure here. We can say form crispy. That's one way you can go ahead and do it. We can update that later. And here by the button submit, you can just switch it out by saying create account. Okay, so that's all you need to do there. So if I maximize that, all we're doing is we just switched out the button name for create account. We are also passing in the form here. It's going to use crispy forms, and we're going to keep it like so for the moment. We will make our updates later, but let's just keep the basics in check for the moment at least. Okay. So we've got the basic functionality. So just to iterate, so the key here is form based on create record, which we're passing to the create-record HTML. In the create record.html, we are just passing and referring to that particular key. Now, like I said before, you're more than welcome to change the key here and change it here for continuity if you wish. All right. So that's all for this part here. Now we can head over to the URLs and link this create record HTML accordingly. So we can go ahead and link that up. So I'm going to say pass, and I'm going to call this create-record as the route name. Then you can just specify the view. So the view is create record, create_record. So views.create_record, enter in the name. And like I said, it's best to name it the same as your route name. So you can say create record. And there we go. So we've got that now in place. So now we'll be able to actually create records in our application. So what we can do now is we can just ensure that we set the location now. So create records in place. So we can close this up here and even the view. So now we want to go to dashboard. And we need to ensure that when we want to create a record here, you'll see that we added the option at the top. So let's say we run the server. So let's run our server here in the terminal. So we're running the server, it's on. And let's say we just refresh the page. Okay, now we want to add in the link here. So the link here, create a record, just goes to the dashboard. And the reason for that is because we set the default URL as dashboard. But remember now in the URL, so if I go back there, we set that to create record and the name here as well. So you want to copy that and just replace that like so, create record. So now if you refresh, you can see here in the bottom left, it says create record. So if you could click on that, it's going to go to a page here where we can create our record as we see fit. Now, I know it does look a bit ugly here. We can add in some spacing and make use of crispy forms to a greater extent, but we just want to get the basic functionalities done, and then we can do all the fun stuff. So essentially, we can go ahead and create a record as we see fit. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm just going to say here, Jane, let's say Jane, can't think of a surname here, Linus@mail.com. Enter in a number, so let's add whatever, and I'm going to say 54th Street, Snow Cone Ave. I'm going to say Johannesburg, Gauteng, South Africa. Okay, then when we create the account, so according to what we said, so if we go to our views, okay, when we create the record, we're going to redirect back to the dashboard if this process was a success. So if we create the account now, we're going to go back to the dashboard, and here we go. You can see we have our second record in place now on our dashboard, as you can see here. Now, the next thing that we're going to have to do, the next set of things that we need to do is we need to actually go ahead and update our records, delete our records. And to do that, we would need to essentially view it. So here we have an option for view. Now that's what we need to work on. So we would need to be able to actually view these records. And in that process, we would need to update the record as well. That's something that we're going to have to work on essentially. So let's move on to the next set of steps. So let's do just that. So what we can do now is we can see the views working fine. Dashboard's in place here, so we don't need to add anything to the dashboard except for an entry point for the view that we need to add in. So that's something that we'll deal with soon. So let's move on to the next set of steps. Right. So before we can go further, it would be best to create a view and set up our update functionality. Now we will test it soon enough, but we do need to do this before we can advance further. So what we can essentially do is we can head over to our application, and let's just clear everything here. Let's just start from scratch here. All right, so we have our server here. We can just stop that. So Control-C will stop it. Now we want to create a view for our function. So we know that in our web app, in our forms, we went ahead and created a model form to update our record. So update record form. We already tested and made use of the create record form for creating a record. So as you can see here, we have that second record that was a success. Now we need to be able to update records, and essentially we want to view singular records. So we'll click here essentially in the spaces here in order to actually go ahead and actually click on this record here and click on this record here. So if we want to view this record, we can click there. It will take us to a link where we can view record with the ID of 1 and view record with the ID of 2, etc. And we can go into greater detail as we see fit. But let's update the record now. So we can go to our views here. Let's move that there. And as you can see, we've got the create record part done. We've got that in place. Now, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to create a create another function, and this is going to be update a record. So the comment here will be update a record, and we're going to add in that functionality here. So first of all, we need the basic structure, so we can just literally copy from here and paste that down. So again, login required, my login, so you would need to authenticate yourself if you want to log in, and this will be called update record. So we want to update a record, we can say pass for the moment. Okay, so by updating a record, we need to make use of a dynamic URL. Now we will get to this dynamic URL in just a moment, so just bear with me. So what we can do is we can ensure that we have this pass keyword here so that our view is a valid view for the moment. Make sure your server is stopped, and we can head over to the URL because we need to do this at the same time so that you can understand what we're doing. So essentially what we need to do here is we need to ensure that we update our URL. So that's something that we need to ensure that we add into place. So you need to say pass, and then you can say update -record. Okay, so that's fine for the route name for now, but we need to make this URL dynamic because we need to know which record we want to update. So essentially, as you can see here, the aim here that we want to do is we want to be able to click here on a link, for example, and that link is going to take us to another page, okay, where we can view, okay, a record such as John Smith, for example, or we can view a record such as Jane Linus, okay. Now, essentially what we will do then is we would need to update based on this ID. So what we can do is we can go ahead and construct a URL which will allow us to actually go ahead and set this up accordingly. So we need to ensure that we set this up so that we'll be able to actually view it. Okay, so what we can do is we can go ahead and just make this a dynamic URL by adding a /. So be sure to add in a /, and then within angle brackets, we're going to say int because we're going to pass in an integer, so a number, so the record number, and pk, just like that. Okay. What you can do is also add in a / at the end if you wish. I prefer not to, so I'm just going to keep it like so. Then you want to add in the view. Now the view we have is here called update record. We haven't added functionality yet, so we can just say update record. And then the name here, okay, you can go ahead and add in, and I'm going to set that as the first part of that route name, just update record. That's fine. You don't need to add the dynamic part to the name, and just add in your comma there at the end. Okay, so this is going to be our pass, our URL for updating a record. Now, essentially what's going to happen is when we decide to update a record, what's going to happen is it's going to take in the URL. It's going to have, for example, let me take this out. It's going to have update record, and here you can see 5. So for example, we want to say update record 1, update record 2, okay? And we want to update pertaining on the record ID that we click. So we click on an ID and we want to update based on that record that we want. And then we're going to take that. So it's dynamic because here by the PK part here, this is going to house that particular value of the ID that we have, which is going to serve as a placeholder or marker to tell us which record we want to update. So if we want to update this, this will be 1, for example, and that will sit as part as a dynamic URL in this logic area here. And 2, of course, we can set that to 2, and that's going to show right here accordingly. Okay, so that is how this dynamic URL is going to work. Now, it will make sense soon enough, so not to worry about that. So now to the functionality. So let's assume to ourselves that we've put in this URL here, and we're saying update record 2. Okay, then in our view, once this URL gets checked in, once someone types it in, for example, in our view, we can go ahead and grab that in our update record along with the request. We can grab it and say, okay, I want to grab that PK. And that PK, which is primary key, is going to refer to the ID that was passed here in this dynamic URL. So it's going to grab that ID. So once it grabs that ID, we can perform some functionalities with it. So what we can say is, let's say, for example, record is going to be equal to the record, of course, the object. And we're going to say, instead of objects.all, we want to say objects.get, and we want to get the ID based on the PK. So the PK essentially, as we can see, excuse me, the PK, as we can see here, is essentially going to house the ID. So we're going to pass the ID here that we have of our individual records here pertaining to a user. So essentially what we're doing in our views now is we're saying, okay, I want you to look into my record model and I want to get the ID, okay, from the database that is equal to PK, which is based on the ID that we sent here in the URL. That's what I want to collect. Okay, so that's what we want to go ahead and collect. Okay, so essentially we want to grab that. So once we've got that ID that was requested, we can then say form equals update record form. So now we're doing the usual thing we did before, where we are grabbing in that form. Okay, and then within that, we're going to select an instance, and that will be that record. So essentially what I mean by the instance is I want to get a particular user record. So let me turn on the server for 1 minute so you can see. Just give me a moment. And let's refresh. So you can see here, I want to get a particular instance. We can count these as instances: 1 instance, 2 instances. Based on what I say here in the top, when I say update record, I want to get instance 1. So essentially I want to get ID 1, or I want to get ID 2. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm saying form, okay, I want to preload the form based on the instance of the record that is selected or entered in the URL. And it's automatically going to fill out that form with the necessary data. Okay, next, what we need to do is, like normal, we're going to say if the request, let's turn the server off now, so we don't need this anymore. We can say if request dot method, okay, is equal to that of a post request. What I want to do is I want to say form is equal to update record form. And here we're just doing the basic logic. We're going to say we want to send a post request based on the information of that particular instance. So whatever I updated on that instance, I want to send a post request with all that data. So whatever I updated, such as the first name, the username, whatever I updated. Then I want to check if the form is valid. So this is basic stuff that we've been over. So just to make sure we don't have errors. So if that form is valid, we're going to say form.save, and we can just say return redirect, and we can redirect to the dashboard page once we have updated our form. And then essentially remember here in line of your request.post, remember you need to put in context. And the same functionality as before, we want to set the form to the form, so the key value pair. And we want to return, render, and send the request here to web app. And remember, this will be on update record. So on templates, we can go to update record and we can paste that in. So update-record.html, pass in your context dictionary like so. So you just want to pass in that context dictionary that we added in here. Okay, so a bit of repetition here in place. All right, so make sure you've seen that. Now, I know this update functionality can be challenging for some of you, but I will go into extra detail and explain it again. So you don't need to worry, I will come back to this. Okay, so we've got the views here in place, so that's all set. Now, what we can do now is head over to our update record HTML. We may as well open up our create record.html as well, because we're again going to copy some logic here, just the forms. And what you want to do is you just want to, we're going to use the same content here. So extends web app /base HTML, load crispy forms tags, block content, same pieces of basic functionality, end your block. Okay, just like so. And what you can do is just add in the basic functionality that we have here. So our body here, we can just copy the same thing. This will be quick. And you just want to swap out the heading here. So you can just say update record. Now, I would love to go ahead and inherit this from another base.html, but unfortunately we can't do that. I mean, we can, but it'll be messy. So what I'd recommend you do is get creative, try and innovate and find a way to prevent us from copying here again. So that would be quite a cool thing for you guys to figure out as a side project. So here we can say update your record down below. Okay. Everything's fine here. We can just switch out the texture by saying update record. And it seems there for create record, I set account. So we can replace this here by saying create record. So just be sure to set that up correctly here. So it seems I said create record. So you want to say create record instead of create account. So just keep in mind of that text there that you can just go ahead and set up accordingly. Okay, so we've got that in place, update record in place. So that's in place nicely. Just be sure you end your block as well. That's very important. Make sure you've got your URL in place and that you've got your view also in place accordingly. All right, so that's how you can go ahead and set the functionality for updating a record. Now, before we can go ahead and test this update record, we need to be able to essentially view a record here. Okay, now before I add in a nice icon here, we're just going to do it the manual way, and I'm just going to say click me. So something very simple. So a link to go to these particular objects, you could say. So these particular objects, we will need to add something like that in place. So let's go ahead and simplify this. So let's close these up and let's just gather ourselves and get ready for the next part. So now we can just add in a link that will send us to a singular view. So that's the next thing that we want to essentially set up. So we can go ahead and create a view for that. So we'll make it very simple. So we can go ahead and click on views here. And we're now going to copy the comment, and just down below, we're going to create something called read or view a singular record. So we can say read or view a singular record. And we're going to use the same functionality again here, so we can use that. Okay, and we've got this in place here. Perfect, and we can just say pass for now. So again, we're going to have to create a dynamic URL. So what we can essentially do, what we actually need to do, I don't believe we actually need to do that. Yeah, we don't need that dynamic URL. What we need to do is ensure that we add in the ID to our dashboard so we can actually go to that page. So I'll show you what I mean. So here we can just say all records. We can filter up through all the records, and I'm going to say record.objects.get ID based on the primary key. So that is going to be based on the ID that we have selected here. So I'll show you what it will look in just a moment. So we can just bear with me. So we can say return render request, and this is going to be on web app, and this will be view-record.html, and you're going to pass in your context dictionary. So another way that you can do this, instead of passing a context dictionary, you can literally put in that key value pair manually. So what I mean by that is you can put in here record, and you can just say the value here, such as all records. Okay, you can add it like that, but that's a bit of a messier way. It's a bit disgusting in my opinion. Keep it clean and just say context, and rather copy it like that. I mean, that's a bit better, and then say context. And you could either say, like I said, context like that, which I prefer, or just context on its own singularly. So make sure you've got that in place. And what we can do next is we can ensure that we set this up and output it to a HTML file. And what I'm going to do then is show you how this dynamic URL comes into play. So we can do that in the moment. So we can go to view record. So now we have view record.html, add that there. And now we can just add in the basic functionality that we've been working with. So it will be a bit different this time. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to add extends, of course. So we're now in view record.html. So we want to say extends in quotes. We can say web app base.html and close. Okay, and then block content. Like so, and you want to say end block. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit different because we're going to add in a card. So we're going to add in a card here to make it look a bit nicer. So earlier on we made use of a table. So as you can see, if we run our server and go back to our dashboard, and let's go to our dash, let's refresh, keep forgetting that. So if we go to our dashboard here, you can see here we used a table, but what we can also do is we can make use of a card in Bootstrap. That's something else that we can look at and actually implement accordingly. All right, so let's build our view record.html page. So what we're going to be using is based on the cards option from Bootstrap. Again, like I said, I will add the link in the description below so you can go ahead and check it out. Now we can see here a few examples of some cards here along with the code along with it. They explain, of course, the body part of the card by referencing card-body. If we want to start off with a card, we need to set our class. We can also go ahead and add in an image if we wish. That's something that you can add in. A link. We can also add a description, a title. We also can add in a body here, which is the body section here, which includes and encapsulates the title, description, which is under the paragraph tag, and a button. So that's all encapsulated down here. We can also see the type. So of course we know we have the body. We can add in a title, text, a link, etc. We can also add that in as we see fit. All right, I won't go into too much detail with this here or else we're going to be forever, but I will attach the link below so you can go ahead and read more about it as you wish. Okay, so let's go ahead and set this up. So we can head over to view record, and here within block content we want to start off. So first I'm just going to say div class card. So we're going to keep it very simple here. And we can indent while we at it. So it's best to indent early on so your structure is perfectly set as it should be. Now we're going to say div class card body. So we saw that card body attribute earlier on, so we're aware of what that is and what that entails. So in card body, we can go ahead and set everything up. So what I'm going to do is add in a paragraph tag and also the strong tag here, and that's going to allow everything to be bold. So I'm going to start off with the ID. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pass in that record.id here. Now we don't need to add in a for loop or anything, and the reason for that is, as you can see here, we're just passing it directly based on one particular instance. Now we are going to have to go ahead and create a dynamic URL for this as well. Okay, there are some ways you can pass away the dynamic URL. You can cut throughout, you can cut it off, but in this case we're going to need it, unfortunately. And I think it's easier for me to show it to you so you have a clearer understanding of passing in dynamic data. Okay. So we'll pass that in. We can also add in additional information. So let's go ahead and add in the email. So there's a special way in which we're going to pass in the first name and the last name. So you don't need to worry about that just yet. So we're going to add that in. So we actually need to add this in between, excuse me. So we want to add this in between our paragraph tag. So let's do that. Okay, so the strong tag is for the, we can say the ID or the email here, and right next to it we'll have the email and the ID. Yeah, that will be the logic. So we can use that logic throughout here. So we would also have the phone. So we can put in phone. You can put in phone number if you wish. And then here we have record.phone. So remember that what you put here needs to be according to the model. So again, just to remind you, make sure that you set it accordingly to how it's stated here. So first name and last name we'll get to in a moment, but for example, email, phone, etc., it needs to be exactly here as specified. So the dot, and after that, the dot attribute. So after dot, okay, we need to reference attribute exact. So email, ID. ID by default will be .id, so you don't need to worry about that, since that's passed in Django by default. But .email, .phone here needs to be exactly as you see it here. So we're just referencing the model attributes or fields, depending on what you want to refer it to. So just keep that in mind. So we can add in the rest. So we of course want to have the following. So phone, and then we have address. So we can say address. Okay, city, province, country, and then the last one we can add in is when it was created. So that last one is creation date, so we can add that in here. So creation date, so here we can add it. Okay, there we have it, and we've got our div, and this is going to be all part of the cart body and our cart there. Now what you can also do is just below the cart here itself, you can go ahead and add in some data for the cart head. Now what you can do is you can essentially go ahead and just add in a strong tag, for example, right above the cart body, and we can add in here the record.first name. And you can add in the last name as well. last name. Now what I like to do is I like to invert this. I like it to show last name first and then the first name, like a registry. So we can switch this out for last name if you wish. You don't have to do this if you don't. And I like to use a filter known as upper here just to capitalize the last name and keep it first name. So it's shown as last name in capital letters and then the first name afterwards. So typically when you're looking at a lot of registries and documentation, a lot of the time it's going to address a client or employee or user, etc., by their last name and then their first name. Usually the last name will be in capital letters and then their first name after it. So just something extra just to note. All right, so we've got that in place here. So we've got all of that. Now, before we carry on with this view record, we need to add a few things. I just want to at least show you what we're doing so you at least have a concrete idea of what's going on here because we're just coding a lot. So let's go to the URLs and we need to create a dynamic URL for this so we can see the views here. So the views, we have update record. We are passing in a dynamic value. So essentially what's going to happen now is when we click here on view, okay, we're going to go to record and 1 or record 2. So very similar to update record or record 5 or record 3 or record 2. That's what we're going to go to. So that's what we want to do. So to do that, we need to create a dynamic URL here. So it's going to be the same as update record, except we're going to have a small change. So I'm going to call it record. Stop the server. And here we're going to put in int pk. So the same logic. The views is going to be set to what we had. So here we called it update record. Let's just swap that out for a different function name. Let's call this singular record. Okay, so you can swap that out. And this is because we want to view one record at a time. So here we can just say singular record name equals, and then here we can put in, what shall we put in here? So we can put in record, that would be best. So we can put in record here. So that's going to be for a singular record. So make sure you just change that function name there accordingly for what you have. And you just want to ensure that you've got this set and ready to go. So again, we're going to pass in that URL. We're going to put in record and we're going to put in that value here. And then in the views here, what's going to happen, let's just, yeah, that's fine. We're going to grab that value. We're going to then do a comparison in our database and see if the ID is equal to the ID that's placed in there. And then we want to get that particular instance and then go ahead and render it out onto the view record page, all of the data associated with this individual record that we are getting. Now, the trick is now, how do we actually get to the view record here? So we would need to go from the dashboard, of course. So we can go to dashboard here. And what we can do here under view, so this is the last column, we can go ahead and just under record creation date, we can just put in TD. And here we're going to add in some functionality, which will allow us to go to the designated page. So that's what we want to do. We need to add in this bit of functionality in order to actually go to that page. Now what you're going to want to do is add in a link, so ahref, and you can just keep that like so. And here you want to add in the URL, so it's going to be very specific. We're going to say URL and in quotes, end that up. So in between here in the single quotes, let's move this like this. We want to go to record here, so you're just going to refer to the first part of this record. So you're going to add in record. And then what you want to do is you want to pass in the dynamic value. So here by views where we have PK, what we're actually getting is essentially this part here. So essentially when we want to say record, that's what we're doing for the moment. So of this moment, we are just adding in the URL record. Now next to it, we need to put in that dynamic URL. So this is going to be based on ID. Okay, so we need to pass in the ID here. So to do that, we can just see that we're looping through this data. So for each one of these here, we're going to show that unique ID where we can go to. So we can just put in next to this record ID here, and we can literally paste that in here. But you'd want to take out these curly braces here. You can't add this in. You just want to have record.id, and that's what you want to pass through. Now, what you can put in the text here, in your A tag here, is up to you. So you can, for example, say click view record. or click here, or click me. We can keep that simple for now. So you can add in what you need there, run your server. So let's just give it a moment. Okay, and now if we refresh, let's go to dashboard. Now we can see now we have an option here that says click me, and if you see in the tooltip in the bottom left corner, we can see we are using this dynamic URL that states the record and 1 and 2, and that's pertaining to the ID that we have here. So if we click on this, it's going to go ahead and let's click on it. It's then going to go to, as you can see here, Smith John here, and it's going to give us some information about this particular user, as you can see down below. Now, if we were to head on back and go to click me here, it's going to show Jane Linus. And if we go back, of course, Smith John. Okay, so this is how we are passing it through. So this is how you can view the record itself. So if we go to our views and take a look again, so I'm explaining it one more time here. So in our URLs, we're creating a pass here. The route name we can see is record. So that's here. And then we're passing in that dynamic URL with the ID. So this is this placeholder here. We are calling this view here singular record. So we can go to the view. We're calling singular record here. We have the request, the primary key here. We're grabbing that primary key, which is a placeholder for the record ID. And this is this part here. We're grabbing that. And then we want to, so essentially 1 here is technically PK, and then what we're doing is we're performing a query here to check our record, our database in the record model, and we want to get the ID based on PK. So the ID that we're passing through is 1, so essentially ID is equal to 1. So we're going to go ahead and grab that particular record, okay, that says 1, and that record that says 1 is essentially this one here. And that's why we're updating it and rendering that data in view record. We're outputting that particular data. As you can see here, we're rendering according it to ID, email, record phone. We can see ID, email, phone number, and that is being output. When we click here, we can see it's being rendered out accordingly. Now you'll notice here that we have it set to phone number. Now the reason for that is we just need to change the text here. So we have phone, we can just set this to address. Okay, excuse me. We can set that to address. We can set this one to city. So that's just something you want to add in. I just wanted to show you how to render that data. And we have province. And we have country. And we have creation date. Okay, so we have all of that data there in place. So if we refresh, we can now see it's all there set and ready to go. So just keep in mind, you just want to change that text there that you have. You just want to add that text in. Okay, so just give that a change there so we can now see it set. So I was just copying it just so we can get that data being output accordingly. All right, so that's how we can work with this dynamic data, and that's how we are essentially making use of this view. Okay. Great. So essentially what we want to do is head over to the dashboard, and whenever we click on this record, okay, we want to be able to then, based on this URL, we want to go ahead and make some changes. So let's say we want to, for example, update the record, delete the record, or go back to the dashboard. We want to have some options, so some buttons on this page here. Now, essentially this here is linked to the view record.html page here. So what we can do is we can add some buttons right at the bottom here. So that's what we want to do next. We want to add some buttons. So what you can do is look for a nice place where you want to add them. It's really up to you when you want to do it. I would recommend that you add the buttons right at the end here. So just after the div on view record. So you can just add in a breakpoint here. And what you can do is essentially create a link here. You can create a set of links. So I'm going to say ahref. And the first one is going to set a URL to the dashboard. So we're going to say URL dashboard, and I'm just going to set that there. Then we can set the class here, and this is going to be button secondary. And it's just going to say return for now. Okay, so very simple. What we can do to add some space, you want to use this @NBSP, so non-breaking space, and you can just add some space. Now we need about 2 more buttons, so 1 more for update and then for delete. So we can add that there. So just add in your non-breaking space in between. Next, we want to head over to update record. So remember we have update. And for now, for delete, we can just keep that on its own. We're going to leave that as it is and just say delete. We're not going to set the URL because we haven't added the delete functionality. But here we can say update record in the meantime. We can change that button secondary to something like button info, and delete we can say button danger, so that would be red. Now the thing here I want to mention was the update record part is you can see we need to go to the URL. So here again we have a dynamic URL, so we're saying update record here. So in the view we have update record, and then we need to pass in this dynamic variable again. So essentially what we're doing is, let me show you for example, let's refresh the page. And we can see here we need to add in that argument, so that's what I wanted to mention. So let me add that in first. So I wanted to add that after, but it's fine. We want to add in the record ID, so you can say record.id, that's fine. So add that in, and then what's going to happen if we refresh now, we can see it. Okay, well, I preferred that before, but fine. So here we'll be able to update the record, delete it, which we'll get to, and return. So if we click return, we'll go back to the dashboard. We can click on back, and we can see this will be on each of the pages, as you can see here. Now, as you can see here on update record, in the bottom left, you'll see the tooltip. It says update -record /1, and that's exactly what we see here in our URL here. So we have update -record /int. So this is the dynamic part of the URL. So if we scroll up and move from singular record to update record, we have the same logic here. So essentially what we are doing is we are going to pass in the record that's on this page. So we're going to pass in record 1 here. Okay, and we're going to update the record and go to that URL, which is update record, and we're going to take in according to that ID that we have captured. So it's going to take in the record ID of that particular record that we are viewing. So if we are viewing record 1 here, it's going to take in that ID of record 1, and it's going to pass it through to this link here. So we're going to pass the route name and the ID of this particular record that we have, and this is record 1, and then it's going to send us to the update record page. So if we click on update record, it's going to take us to the update record page here, where you can see this URL, which is update-record /1, and it's going to take us to that page according to this dynamic URL that we made up. So that's how it's going to work. It's going to grab that data, and you can see here if we go to the dashboard and go to Jane, this is going to be number 2. So that means if I say update record, for example, it's going to take us to number 2 here, and the reason it got number 2 is because it figured out the ID that was rendered of that particular record, because when we clicked here, it took in that particular ID. It can figure out which ID is pertaining to that user. Okay, so I feel that should make more sense now. So you should understand now the difference between this update record and the record that we have here for viewing, so the singular record part. So it should be a bit more clearer to you as to how these are working and what we're doing. So this PK part here, this can be named anything you want. It's technically a placeholder for the ID that we are passing in our URL. Okay, so that should cover it, what you're trying to understand. All right. Okay, so what we want to do now is we can just clean this card up. It's kind of annoying at the moment, so let's just close everything here and keep view record open. So I just want to clean this up. So essentially with the card here, we can add in a HR tag as well. Okay, that makes it a bit cleaner. What we can also do to make this a bit nicer is we can just find a way to indent that a bit as well. We can say MPSB. So that's something you can add. So that will also just move it a bit slightly. You can also add a double one if you wish. Choice is yours as to how you want to go ahead and set this up. You can also add in a breakpoint as well. So you can just add in your own form or method of styling as you wish. And you can see here that's not too bad, but it does bring out this bar. So it's not something that we need. We can really just play around with this depending on what you want to do. Okay, now we will fix this later just to make it a bit nicer, but it looks okay now. At least we have a line that looks a little bit decent. So we can update the record and we can test the update record functionality. So according to our view now, so if we head to our view, update record, if this is a success, we'll return to the dashboard with the update. So here this person is Jane. So let's say it wasn't Jane, let's say it was Kate. and we want to update the record. So if we say update record, it's going to come back, and we can see there was an update of Kate Linus here, and that change was in effect, and we updated that record successfully. So we can see that's working nicely, and the update working nicely, and the singular record view is also working great. Now let's say we want to delete this record. So Kate Linus, we want to delete this. So if we go to click me, we want to say delete. And once we delete it, we want to return to the dashboard page, and we shouldn't see this anymore because the dashboard is a place for showing all the records. So as we can see in the dashboard, we're using the .all method here to get all the objects. So if we were to delete an object here, it should disappear from the main view, since that is rendering on the dashboard.html page, as you can see. So what we can do is essentially delete this. So let's do that. So let's add in some functionality. So the delete function is very simple, actually. So all you'll need is a URL, the URL and the view. So we can start the view. So right at the bottom here below reading a singular record, we can create a new view, and I'm going to call this delete a record. And let's set up that functionality. So what we can do essentially is borrow again. So stop the server first of all. We don't want to have issues. And just remember to change the function name. I remembered a bit too late. Right? We can just call this delete record is fine. Just rename that. We don't need. We do need this. So we're using a dynamic URL again. So what you want to do is just say record, for example, create a variable, say record.objects.get, and you want to use ID. So we're getting that value again via dynamic URL. And you just want to use the delete method. So record.delete, that's literally it. Then you want to redirect to the dashboard. Okay, so I want to add the double quotes in here. And that's all you need, really. All we need to do now is we need to set that URL. And you can go to the URL, and here you can say pass, and it will be delete record -record, and we're going to add in the same functionality here. So we're adding that dynamic URL again. So you can add that in views.delete_record. So for my views, I always add in the underscores. For my routes, I add in the hyphen. It's just my preference there. The name, we can just use the start of that route name, which was delete record, and add that in double quotes. Remember your semicolon at the end, your comma at the end, excuse me. And we can see we've got that in place. So I can explain this again. So what we're essentially doing is we're going to be able to delete this record from the view. So we'd need to go to the view record HTML. And if you scroll down here, we can now add in that logic. So you're adding the same logic here for update, but except of update, we're going to say delete record. And we're going to do it based on the record ID of that particular record that we are standing on. And we're doing the same thing here. We're passing in the URL based on what we are viewing, grabbing it and deleting that particular record. And once we've deleted it, we're going to return to the dashboard. So to be clear, let's run the server. I'll give it a moment. Okay, refresh the page. Let's say we want to delete this record. Keep the ID in check. The ID is 2, Kate Linus. Say click me. And here we have Kate Linus's. And if we say delete record, you can see in the tooltip in the bottom left, it says delete-record/2. So it's picking up that particular record ID. So the ID of this current record, it's outputting. So we're grabbing that particular ID of this user, which is 2. So it's on that page. And then we're going to check if it's in the database. If it is, we're going to get that record and we're going to delete that record from our database and redirect to the dashboard. So we'll head over back to the dashboard itself. So what you can do is you can say delete here. And there we go, it's gone. We've now been redirected to the dashboard and the record is gone. So we can see that in our dashboard, if we go back up, okay, that record was deleted from our list of all objects. So that object is gone. We're rendering all the objects we have, and we only have one because the record we had before is now deleted and it is gone, in fact. All right, so let's do a quick run through. Let's test the whole thing again. So let's create a record and let's just add in some detail. I'm going to say here, should I say Anne? It's here, and at mail.com. And I'm going to say 54th Street. Let's keep it simple. City-ish. Say Cape Town again. Western Cape. South Africa. create record. So now it's create record, not account. So just excuse me for that earlier. There we go, and CRUD here, we've created a record. So we've done CRUD, so the C in CRUD, create. We're reading this technically, so we're going to read it through the dashboard, all the records. And if we say click me, we're reading again through CRUD. So now we're still reading. Now let's say we were to return, let's return, great. You can click, let's say we wanted to update this. And instead of that CRUD here, we're going to say her surname is, what can we say? Olvera. So and Olvera, and we can say update record. There we go, and Olvera, and we can say click me, and we can see that update was also in place. So we've now able to update our record. So we've done create, so the C in CRUD, our reading, we've done that, update, we've done that. Now let's delete, so we can say delete. And there we go, she's gone from the database now. Great, so there we go, we've achieved the basic functions of CRUD. So let's go ahead and test the rest out. So let's sign out now. Sign back in and see if that data still exists, if it still persists. Log in. And there we go, the data is still there. We can click here and we can see everything's working nicely. Perfect. So there we go, we've got CRUD in place. Now that's pretty much it for our application, but however, this does look a bit ugly. This click me button, and I'm not happy with this card. It looks pretty bad, not really liking it. So we're going to update a few things. We're going to add in some icons. We're going to add in some JavaScript. So stay tuned for the next set of parts. I know it's been a very long and strenuous crash course, you could say, or course per se, but we are going to add in some extra things because it's not good enough just yet. All right, so what we can do is we can close everything up here, take a break for a few minutes if you wish, and then what we're going to do is get back into it, and we are going to just add in some font styling. So I think the next thing that we can look at is we can add in some fonts. We can just fix it up a bit, add some icons. And then to sum it up, we're going to add Django notifications. Then we're going to use those notifications with the fonts that we've learned with Font Awesome and add in some JavaScript. And then we'll do a final demonstration unless we want to add something extra. And then we'll go from that point. So we can sign out, and essentially we're going to have to create icons and add them from the beginning and then move on to the rest of the application. All right. All right, so let's get stuck in with our icons. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is we need to add in the Font Awesome CDN. Now, before we do that, I just want to give you a run through the icons. So we can see here the Font Awesome 4.7 icons. I will, of course, like I said, add the link in the description below, so you can go ahead and check it out. Additionally speaking, what I'll also do is I'll ensure that I add this next link as well in the description below. This will give you a link to the Font Awesome CDN, or what you can do is just use the project source code and go from there. So what you can essentially do is start off by looking at the icons. You can see what you like, what's of interest to you. And once you're happy with that, you can go ahead and add in this CDN. So this is the CDN that we need to actually use Font Awesome. Now, of course, your guess is as good as mine. If we're going to use this, it would be best to add it to our base.html so we can have this access to all our templates. So we can go to base. And you want to add this to the top. And I would recommend that you add it, you can add it right at the bottom here, so just below your CSS. Now, if you add that in, I just want to show you something. So if we were to refresh our page and log in, I just want to show you. So try and log in now. And log into your account, you go to the dashboard. And there you can see we have icons already set. Now, this is because that source code that I added in the pinned comment of this video tutorial, you'll notice if we head over to Navbar, you'll see by default what I mentioned earlier on. By dashboard, for example, and user logout, I did have this, you know, the non-breaking space, that's just a space. And right next to it, we have this I tag here, which houses that particular icon. So here we have an icon that says FA sign out and FA home. Now, this is based on the Font Awesome icons from here. So if I were to click, for example, on address book, you can see for each icon that you get, you just need to copy this part here. So if I zoom in here, so for each icon you find, you can copy the following here, and you can just paste that in right next to your link. Okay, so that's what has been pre-configured here before I already added on. So it's a good demonstration so you can see it in fact, so you can see how these icons look. So they look quite nice actually. So that's how you can go ahead and add that into place as you wish. So it's really up to you how you want to add this in. But anyway, that's how you can do it. So as long as you have that CDN in your base.html, so you need to add this in here, the CDN to the base.html, it'll extend on all your HTML templates. Then all you can do is add in the I tag here for the icon wherever you want. So you can just literally click on an icon here, anything that you want here, and you can copy that I tag here and you can just paste it in wherever you want. So in any HTML tag will be appropriate. Okay, so let's go ahead and set that up. So essentially what we want to do is we want to start from the beginning and see where we need this. So sign out Project X. So we can use one by create your account. So we can go ahead and look for something. So let's see something that is relevant. We may need to zoom out here. Okay, I'm just going to type in user. Okay, so type in something relevant and I'm going to choose user plus here. Okay, so this is fine. We can copy that. So you're more than welcome to skip ahead or it's really up to you what you want to do. So we're going to go to index.html, but I'd recommend you just stick on with me just for continuity. So here we have create your account on index.html. I'm going to add the NBSP. So this is the non-breaking space. So you have space between your content, so your text, and that particular icon. So we can add that in like so. Head on to Project X and refresh. And there we have that first icon. Great. All right, so you can close the CDN link. I'm just keeping the Font Awesome 4.7 link open. So here we have it, create your account. Great. We can add something here by create account. So we can add maybe another icon. So that would be on register. I can close this here. And again, what we can do is by create account, we can add in BSP. And you can find something that looks good. So here I want to add user. Okay, so you can decide what you want. There we go, user. So that looks pretty good. Now login, we can add maybe a key here next to it. So let's go to login. Okay, so this is very simple, guys. Probably the easiest part for last. So login. So we can add something there, so add in BSP. And just look for a key. I think a key would be good. So you can just use the search bar. It's auto searches for you. So we have a key. There we go. Okay, so we've done the front part of our application. Create your account. We've got icon, login. Yeah, this is good. So this is the main part done. Next, what we can do is we can go ahead and add it in here for our button perhaps. So create a new record. We can add like a plus icon here. So we can look for plus. And I'm going to use plus circle here. Okay, now that means we need to look for dashboard. Okay, dashboard. So at the top we had it, yeah. Create a new record. So here's the A class. We can easily just say add in non-breaking space. And I think we didn't paste that. No, we need to paste that. Copy that, paste that in and refresh. There we go. We have a nice plus icon here that highlights nicely for us. Okay, great. So we can say create a new record. All right, so this is good. So what we can do now is we can add in perhaps a tick here or something. So let's add in a tick. Check. Oh, it's called a check. So we can add in a check, my bad. And that would be on the add record or create record link. So you can see the URL create record. And we can go to create record here and we have it right here. Move that along. Okay, and to make it clearer for you, I'm just going to press enter here so you can see what's going on. We've got that now in place. There we go, create record, nice. All right, let's go to click me and we can add a few here. Now, before we do this, what we can do on create record is we can just update this a bit. So instead of just going ahead and essentially having a create record button, let's say we want to go back to the dashboard, but we're already here. So what you can do is add in an extra button. Now this will be optional because the reason that you'll have it is because let's say you want to go back. So we can update that now. So we can set this all as is. So button primary. We can remove this button width part as well. Okay, that's something that we can go ahead and remove. So we can remove that. We can just keep it to button primary, remove everything here, and just leave it as the default. You can leave it like that. Now, if you were to refresh, you'll notice this will be smaller, and that's good because we just want some spacing. Now we can also add a breakpoint for our form here at the bottom. So we can add that here, I believe. Yeah, so you have some space to breathe on your forms that we're just updating as we go. And we can create another button here. So we can go ahead and set it as a link actually. So instead of a button, we can create a link. And we can do it as follows. So we can say ahref, and we can set that URL to the dashboard. So if someone wants to go back, we can just set that to dashboard. Okay, and we can set the class here. So this will be button secondary. We'll make it gray. And we can say, we can then press enter here. So you can see what I'm doing. We can say return at NBSP. And then we need an icon. So I think a good arrow would do. So let's look for an arrow. We can go back for an arrow. We can say arrow left. Arrow left means go back. That's pretty good. You can copy that, paste that in, and there we have it. Now, if we were to refresh, we now have the option to return as well. So we can click on return, and that will send us back. And if we were to click on create record, it will create the record for us. Okay, great. So we've got the basics here all done and dusted. Now let's go to click me. And actually, while we're at click me, we can remove this click me part while we're here. So create record is done. We can go to dashboard. And hereby if we scroll down, we have click me. We can remove this. And in place of saying click me, we can add in, for example, a I. So we can pipe in I. And we can have an icon like this. Okay, and that's going to act as our view. So we can add that in, paste that in here instead of the text. And what we can do is go ahead and refresh, and we can see we have a nice eye icon. However, this does look a bit bland. So what we can do is we can go ahead and update this a bit, make it look a bit cleaner, a bit nicer. So we can just make those changes as we see fit. So what we can do essentially is head on back, and here where we have the record essentially, we can just set the class here. So we can say class. Okay, and here I want to say button dash success. That will be green, and button small. Okay, so that's going to make it look a bit cleaner now. So if we were to refresh, we can now see we have it in a button-like sort of format. So when we want to view a particular record, let's say this record in row 1, ID 1, we can click on this here, and we can be redirected to this page here. It looks a little bit nicer and a little bit cleaner. All right. So now that we are on the card here, what we want to do is we want to edit everything here. So we can go ahead and add in some icons. The color is perfect. So essentially what we want to do is we can actually copy some icons here. So on the next page, it will be view record. So on your view record here, we have the following. So return, update record, delete. So we can just add in PSP. So you want to add this just to give space between your text and your icons. Now you don't need to worry about the color scheme because we set the class here as button info, button danger, button secondary, so it'll give that nice touch. So essentially what we can do is look for the arrow again. We had arrow left, that will be return. And we can paste that in just like that. Then we have update record, that can be a plus or a tick, that's really up to you. So we can say plus, for example. Look for the plus icon. Here we can just keep it regular. It's fine. Plus. Then we have delete. That can be minus. So delete would be minus. That makes sense. This. And we can say minus square. That's also good. And add that in like so. There we go. So now if we were to reload, we can now see we got some nice icons with our buttons here accordingly. All right. So if we say return, of course it's going to return, update, it's going to update. So we've got that in place. So we can say return, and there we go. If we want to say update, this will take us to the update page. So update record here, that particular instance, we can change this up and use similar functionality to what we did before. Now do keep in mind we're not using primary for update, we're using info. So you can keep to the color scheme using btn info, not primary. So what we can do is just set that up accordingly, and we can copy this this here in the meantime. So you want to copy that icon, head over to update record. And here by update record, you can actually just press enter and indent this. So I'll make it clearer for you. And add that in. Okay. So if we say update record, we can see it's got that plus icon. We may need to remove this and say info. So we now have an info color. There we go, a nice plus record there. We can add a breakpoint at the bottom. So just here, I believe, just at the end. There we go, we have a nice breakpoint here at the bottom as well. Now what we can do essentially is we can just add in a return button, but we already have that logic in create record. So you can just go ahead and move that along. So we already have it here for the dashboard. So there's no need to retype that again. You can just paste that and it's there. Now if you want a space, you can just add that in this here, the non-breaking space. And we can add it also while we add it for the create record, since that is also missing it. So we now have that in place. So we can see it's a lot nicer now. We have those icons and they're nicely in place. Okay, so we can view, we can see, we can update return. Fine, update, fine, great. Okay, we will do the final test at the end, so you don't need to worry about this. Okay, so we've got all the icons. I think that is all of them. Okay, so we've got delete, update, return, find, sign out, create record, just checking. Return, that looks clear. The view looks clear. Update looks clear. Update, return, fine. Okay, next thing that we want to do before I solve this insufferable form here, which is annoying me, we want to just adjust our crispy form. So we can sign out. And we can see here this is too close together. Username and password, way too close. It's a bit annoying actually. So what we can do is we can update this. So what we can do in the start is go to create your account, and we can start off by doing it here. So let's start from the beginning here. So essentially what we can do is we can go to our forms, and instead of saying, let's go to register, for example, instead of saying form crispy, you can literally go ahead and change this up. You can go a little bit more specific, and then you can add in a space or a breakpoint. So what you're going to need is you're going to need your models, your forms, excuse me. You're going to need your forms.py as a reference. So here we have, as we can see here, we have our username, password 1, password 2. We are using a username and a password here for the login form. And we are using first name, last name, email, phone address, etc. for the records. So we can start with create user form, which is the registration form. So see the fields, username, password 1, password 2. So in register, instead of saying form crispy, we can literally go ahead and be a bit more specific. So we can delete that and say form dot, and I'm going to say, let's say username. And then you want to add in the following symbol and say as underscore crispy underscore field. And then you want to just go ahead and refresh. And we can see we have that username only, but we have a bit of a space now. So we can add this breakpoint here, which allows us to add our spaces. So this is the good thing with it, because with the normal crispy, everything is tied down together. So now we can just add in the following. So we had password 1. So that's what we had here, password 1, and we have password 2 for the confirmation. But the good thing now is we can add these breakpoints here with HTML just to make it a bit cleaner. So we can just add that in. So remember, you need to be specific here with what you're adding in. So it needs to be dot according to the fields here in forms.py. Models we don't have for that, so we can reload. And there you have a bit of a space here. Now you may need to add one just for the button as well. So just above that button. Let's add that. Okay. There we go. So we can see it looks a bit cleaner. You may need to add 2, but I think that looks good. One looks good. All right, so we've got that in place now. So we have a bit of styling. Now we can go to login and we can do the same here. That will be username and password. So specifically here, username and password. So you can head over to your login page. Okay, and you can remove crispy forms here, and you can just say form dot, and it would be username as crispy field. You have a breakpoint already, and then here you can just say form dot password as crispy field. Okay, and remember to add in a breakpoint at the end there, and you can refresh. There we go. So we can now see it looks nice and clean. So it's now tightened up. So we can log in while we add it, and don't worry, we will do a full demonstration at the end, like I said, so you don't need to worry. Okay, great. So now when we create a record, add record, we have this as well to deal with. This is slightly longer, so what we can do is just tidy this up. Okay, so you're more than welcome to skip, like I said, it's really up to you. So we have our fields here if you need to reference them, and we have create record. And instead of having this form.crispy, we can go ahead and just adjust it. So we can just say form dot, and what do we have at the beginning? First name. So it's quite a lot, as crispy field. Let's just see if it works as the first initiation. There we go. Yeah, it works fine. So we're rendering it out properly. So we need to copy a few of them here. So let's do it step by step. All right. So we had last name then. Okay. Email, phone, and address. Okay. Okay. That will be email. Okay. And we can put in the phone. So let's see, first name, last name, email, phone, first name, last name, email, phone, address, city, province. Address. City. So what we can do is copy this straight as it is to the update form, so we don't need to literally type this again. And province. Okay, and we don't need to add in the created part, that's automatically generated by Django itself. And you want to add in a breakpoint for your button. Okay, that should be all the fields. So let's reload, and there we go. First name, last name, email, phone, address, city, province, country. Double check. Perfect. And I'm back, and now we can do the same thing for the update record. So when we say update record, we can do the same thing. Now it will automatically be filled. So what we can do is open up update record. You can remove that. Now the form will be automatically filled, so it will show a good example of how it will look at the end. We have a breakpoint. Just make sure you have a breakpoint. Excuse me. Oof. There we go. From first name, paste that in. And there we go. So we can see it adds in nicely. So we've got that correct. And return. So we can see we've got our crispy forms all set. That looks pretty good. That's working nicely. Okay, that's great. So now, great. Just double checking here. And manager 1. Great. Okay, great. So we've got this all set and in place. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do is we just want to fix this card here. I just want to make it a bit cleaner, and then we can move on to the notification and the messages. All right, so let's fix up our card here. So what we can do essentially, just close this up. It's a bit cluttered, so just close everything up. I don't want to stress you guys out. Okay, so let's get started. So we can head over to our templates, and you want to go to view record, since that is where our card is. Close this Explorer mode, move this to the left, and let's see what we got here. So we have the card body here. I think it will be best to do the following. We can remove these non-breaking spaces, and instead of adding this to the card, we can just move this in. So what I think we should do is remove this, the strong tags, the record last name, first name strong, even the HR, the horizontal line. Paste that in the body itself, move this. So we have nothing in between, and that is in the card body. So let's see what that looks like. Oh yes, so much better. That looks a lot cleaner. Now what we can do is also add in an icon here. I want to add in an icon, so I'm just going to add in user. And we can do this one. Okay, so I'm just adding something in here that I think will be good, and I'm going to add that before, add in non-breaking space. And there we go. Yeah, there we go. That looks pretty good, guys. So I'm happy with that. That's pretty good. So we can now see our card table here of sorts is now fixed, and it looks a bit nicer. And we can see at the bottom we have our buttons here. Now, of course, you can change the position if you want on the top, left, right, center, etc. You can decide what you want to do. All right, so we've got that now fixed and in place. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to get our notifications in. So we can close this. We want to close all of this now. And before we move on further, let's discuss what we need to do. So we need to now go ahead and make use of Django messages. So Django messages is essentially a form of flash message that we can go ahead and implement. So this is something that we want to add into place. So to do this, okay, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to import to make use of the Django messages package, and it's best to add this in whenever we trigger an event or an action. So an event or action, for example, maybe whenever we register a user, whenever we log into an account, whenever we log out, whenever we update a record. So for each action. Now, logging into an account, I don't think a notification is practical. That's kind of annoying, to be honest. I don't think a user would like that. Choice is yours though. However, if you want to log out, I know that's very important. I've seen that a lot on banking sort of websites where it says you've logged out, and it's probably something that you would want to know if you're logging out of something so secure. But logging in, I don't know. I mean, I'm getting into a debate with myself here. Of course, you guys can decide what's best for you. But anyway, let's get started with that. So what we can do essentially is we can go ahead and start the process. So you want to head over to your views.py file, and right at the top here, you just want to import Django messages. So it will be from django.contrib, I believe, import messages. Now let's look at each of our actions here, and I usually will do this before we redirect. So let's stop this server. And what we can do is we can start off with register. So just before we redirect, we can just say messages.success. Okay, now you can say messages.error as well, but let's start off with messages.success. We need to pass in a request, and here you need to put in the literal text that you want to be displayed. So I'm going to say here account created successfully. Okay, so that's the message. So whatever you put in here is the message, and you need to pass in that request and messages.success. You can also use messages.error, and you can also set a error as you wish as well. Now this is for register. We can obviously copy this over and add this, for example, to login, and just before we are redirected to the dashboard, we can add that in, and that can be you can say you have logged in. Okay, but I don't like to do this for the login page. It's not really a good idea, I think, if you're logged into the dashboard. So you can decide what you want to do. I don't really like doing it that way, but that's another option if you want to add it there. Next, we have dashboard. There's no need for that there. Create a record. Yep. So just before the redirects, you want to add these messages. So here we can add in, for example, a record was created. So record, let's say your record was created. Your record was created. Okay, fine. So that would be in place for the record. Now we can go ahead and move down. I just want to move this terminal. Update record. Yep, just before the redirect, we can say your record was updated. Fine, messages of success. Now you can just add this in here, so we don't need it for singular record. There's no type of trigger or event being triggered. Delete, yep, so we can say your record was deleted. Okay, that's fine. User logout is a bit far away here in our views, so when we log out, so just before the redirect here, we can just add in logout success. Okay, so there are our messages in place. So that's simple how you can add in Django messages. Now all you need to do is modify this in our base.html, and I'll show you how you can do that. And then we're going to need to add in some JavaScript just to make it look a bit nice as well. So let's go ahead and start that process. So just ensure you've got your messages set, and I'd recommend you do it before any trigger or sort of action. And just do it just before you redirect. That's a good place to remember where to add them in if you forgot where to add them. So just add your messages.success option. So remember, you need to pass in the request first. So you take two parameters or arguments, the request and then the message itself here in the strings. So make sure you add it in strings. That's very important. Now, of course, not everything is going to have it, and nor should you have it on everything. The choice is really yours as to how you want to proceed from that way. Okay, so make sure you've got that in place. The next thing that we want to do is we want to set this up and call it in base.html. So you want to head over to your base.html, and this is going to appear on every page right here at the top. So here is where we set notification messages. So it will look very consistent here. Now, it might be best to open up the views so you can understand what I'm saying here. So remember, we called the messages, we called it messages.success, so messages. And what we're going to do here is we're going to check if we have a message. So we're going to loop through first of all. So first of all, we're going to say for message in messages. So we're going to loop through all our messages. Okay, and of course we can add an end for at the end here. And then, excuse me, and then what we want to do is we want to check what the message level is, if it's success, if it's error, if it's info. So like I said, you can set this to error if you wish. So that's something that you can experiment with. But let's keep it to success and keep this simple since it's a new concept. So here you can say if message.level is equal to the default underscore message underscore levels dot success. So if it is equal to success, so if we have success here, we're going to execute a certain command or show a particular image. If it were error, we would say dot error instead. And we can then go ahead and say end if here. And then you'd have your end for, etc. Now in between here, so let's say if it's true, so if there's a message, if this messages.success has been fired, okay, for a particular view, we would need to go ahead and add in what we want to add. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say for now, I'm going to add a paragraph tag, and I'm going to set a class, and I'm going to say alert dash success. So I'm adding some Bootstrap here, so I want it to be green. I want it to float in the center, text center as well, and I'm just going to leave it like that for now. Okay, so that's all I want to add. We can open up this paragraph tag, and what you can also do is you can add in an image as well, a icon, excuse me. So I do have a check icon, I believe. So I believe we added it for, I think it was create record, so we can just reuse. So you can add in an icon if you wish. So I have a check icon here, and we can add that here. And you can add in that check icon, say at in a non-breaking space, and very important now you need to pass in that message. So you want to refer to the text here in that message, which will be displayed on the relevant page at the relevant time. So here we can just say message. Okay, and this is going to pertain to the message that was actually sent in each of these, depending on where it was sent, and it's going to show in your on the necessary page, the necessary text based on the necessary view that was executed. So if we are updating a record, we get redirected to the dashboard. This is the message we see at that point of time on the dashboard page. So you're going to see the message on the page that you redirect to. That's why it's important to add in the message beforehand so that you see it afterwards. So you can see it there. So that's why you want to add this. Now, by default, the font color and the text color is not going to look so great. So what we want to do is we want to change the color. So I'm going to add some CSS for now. So we can go to static CSS styles. And here I just want to say dot message dash text. And I just want to change the color to white. So I just want to make it a bit cleaner. So the icon and the color are at least in tune. So in your styles.css, add that dot message text. And here what you can do is you can just add that in as a property to message dash text. So remember, it's a class, so you don't need to put in the dot. So message dash text. And then you can just add that in. So now we'll have that nice color with it. We will add the JavaScript in a moment, but let's just test this out and see how it actually runs. So now what you want to do is you want to run your server. Okay, let's move this up so you can see. Log in. Let's log in. Now let's sign out. That's the easiest way, so we don't need to create a record or anything. And there we go, log out success. Now, of course, you can change the size and everything, use some CSS. Now, the one thing that we do have here that we don't like is the message, the notification sticks here. Now, this is pretty bad. We don't want this. We want it to disappear or dissipate after an amount of time. Now, you're more than welcome to refresh the page here, but that's kind of tedious. So we want to add in some JavaScript here that we can link via the ID here, and we can add in a timer here so this message goes away. So that's what we need to do next. We need to add in some JavaScript. So what we can do for the moment, we can close the views, the styles, and now we can open JavaScript app.js. And now we want to enter in the relevant functionality in order to allow the timer to go. So we can stop the server for now. And now we need to add in that functionality. Right. So what we want to do now before we add in the necessary code to app.js, we need to have an identifier. So we want to identify this paragraph element. So we can use an ID to identify this unique element. So we can just set here message -timer. So you can call it anything you want as the ID. Then in app.js, you want to add in the following code here. So I just pasted that in. So we can create a variable called message timeout. We're going to say equals document.getElement by ID, and you want to select it to the message timer. So that's going to be according to this timer element that you set. Then you want to create a function. So first you want to say set timeout, and within that you want to call a function where in curly brace you're going to say message timeout. You want to call this variable. So essentially this element here, you want to go ahead and change the style to display nothing, and do that after a set amount of time. And here you can change the time as you wish, depending on what you want to add in. So this is what you need for your app.js. So this is essentially a timeout function. So here I'm going to say message timer. Okay, so this will help to time out those Django messages or notifications. So we can just say notification timer just to make it a bit clearer for you. So this is what you need and what you'll require. So just make sure your ID is going to match whatever you get the element by. So this is a simple variable that we are assigning, and we are assigning it to that element. So we're saying document.getElement by ID, message timer, set that timeout function, and add a function in between with curly braces. And within curly braces, you want to add in the functionality where you are timing out, you're setting the display to none. And over here, you're just setting the timer accordingly. Now, what we can do is head over to our application and make sure your server is running. So if it isn't running, what you can do is just run it again. So make sure you run your server. Now, clear your cache. So we've done this before. Go to Developer Tools. All right, click empty cache, hard reload. Sign in as a test. Sign out. Give it a few seconds, and then the message should disappear, the notification. And there we go. So we can now see it was a bit long, but at least it timed out. Now you can set this lower if you want it to go quicker. So 3,000, 4,000, etc. The choice is yours. Now we can see we've now got that notification in place. So we've pretty much done everything. Now the last thing that we need to do is test the whole application, and then that's it, guys. I will then, of course, be sure to attach the link to the source code, so to the GitHub, so you can go ahead and clone this and download it, etc. And then that's that for the application. So our CRUD mastery application in Django. Right, so before we run through the full test, another website that's cool is called getemoji.com. I'll include the link in the description below. And I just want to add in an emoji here, for example. You can copy and paste. So it's a good website where if you want to copy and paste emojis, and I want to add it to my dashboard, so to the welcome page. So here at the top where it says welcome to the dashboard page, I just want to add in a nice emoji there just waving at us. So that's something cool that we can add. So go ahead and add that if you want. I will include the link in the description below. Anyway, let's test this out. Let's create an account, and I'm going to call this manager2. Okay, create account. All right, the account was created successfully. Now let's put in manager2. And while we're typing this in, we can see the notification dissipates. Great. Log in. And we can see that nice emoji there. Welcome to the dashboard page, manager2. Or we can just remove welcome. That will be a bit cleaner. There we go, manager2. Now let's create a record. So here I'm just going to say Linus defaults at mail.com. Add in a number. Of course, you can set that up. Let's say Yeah, Cape Town's the best, of course. Create, there we go, records created, perfect. Now let's update this. So let's change the name to Henry and the street to 100 Street. Update. $100 Street. So I'm just pressing tab here. 100 Street, Henry, notification, great. Let's delete this. So bye-bye Henry, delete. Great, now let's go to create record. So this record was deleted. We can return as well. Let's go to the view, we can return as well. So all of that's working nicely. And of course, the final part is to sign out. All right, there we go. So you can see, guys, we've created a basic CRUD application in Django. So we've mastered it, we've mastered the fundamentals, and everything is in place. I will be sure to include the GitHub code as well in the description below, among all the other relevant links. And we can just check these links while we're here. And there we go. Perfect. All right, so that's it, guys. And thank you for those of you that were watching. And I hope you enjoyed this video tutorial. Quite long, I know, but yeah, thank you as always for the support. I really appreciate it. And yeah, until next time, see you guys.